must go on.
Tulla vettä, haluatko lisää?
Laita vaan. Sitten lähtee.
Tilmeldt 13 minutter, och vi har avsatt 20, men det är lite flexibilitet i allt det här.
Jo, det tar ju alltid tid här emellan när det kommer.
Går vi tillbaka till de gamla reglerna gällande replik 2 omgångar? Finns det tillräckligt med tid?
Det är lite en värderingssak. Alltså,
ja, fast
man kan alltid prøve at give det en gang eller 2 gange. Hvis du ønsker det, så kan du gøre det. Men man
God morgon!
Good morning. Good morning and welcome back to the final day of this session. We're going to start today's proceedings with item number 12, which is gender equality policy, a debate on that. And we're going to start with the account from the Nordic Council of Ministers working with Gender Equality 2025, which I'm sure will be very interesting. The Nordic Council has, in the last few years, intensified its work, working with gender equality, equal opportunities and marginalization issues in the Nordic region. So these are issues which are of utmost importance when we are going to develop, or as we are going to develop, the future Nordic region. And we do much look forward to this address. So therefore, I'd like to give the floor to the Finnish Minister for Social Security, Sanna Grahn-Laasonen. Please, Minister, the floor is yours, 3 minutes.
Yes. Första.
Joo, ja pöytää pystyy se ottaa ylös ja alas.
Haluatko siirtää?
Kaikki hyvin. Hyvää huomenta, arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
Good morning, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the Nordic work on gender equality is something that has been ongoing for over 50 years. And we have reached many milestones, but a great deal remains to be done here across the world. And here in the Nordic region, we see a growing opposition to gender equality and equal opportunities for LGBTQ people. And therefore, our Nordic cooperation promoting equality and equal opportunities are important. And as a response to this growing opposition, the ministers for gender equality have in fact adopted a program called Pushing for Progress. Now, the aim of this program is to reinforce rights, equality, inclusion, both in the Nordic region as well as internationally. And together with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, for 3 years in a row, 20 million Danish kroner have been allocated for tangible projects working with a coalition of Nordic non-state organizations. In January 2025, the Finnish authorities set up a strategy meeting where the ambassadors for equality in the Nordic region and authorities and the representatives, as well as NGOs, for example, UN Women and Gates Foundation, participated at this meeting. Tangible measures were planned in order to deal with the anti-gender movement. The next meeting will be in November 2025, and then the Baltic authorities will also be participating. The Nordic countries have shown strong opposition to these movements, anti-gender movements, and we are not looking backwards, we're looking forwards. And this message about making progress is something that was brought up at the UN Women's Commission in March 2025. And this was something that was a great success from a Nordic perspective. It was a successful concept that the Nordic countries participated together and were able to show to the world this very clear message from the Nordic region. In order to better understand the situation in the Nordic countries, we've ordered a study with regard to the occurrence and effects of these anti-equality, anti-equal opportunity movements in Nordic countries. And in the last 2 years, the Nordic embassies in Chile and Poland have, in fact, adopted a number of measures. And now we have decided to continue with this strategic cooperation with the embassies. Equality also concerns men and boys, and it's very important to promote equality between men and boys. And we have started 2 Nordic studies to develop measures to improve the living conditions and life quality of men. And gender-related violence is still a huge challenge in the Nordic region, and we have taken many measures working to prevent this type of violence. In October 2025, we held a working meeting, Nordic-Baltic working meeting, with regard to the implementation of the Istanbul Convention, and we also have an ongoing project preventing honor-related violence and oppression in the Nordic region. And we've had a number of projects to reinforce the knowledge base that we have with regard to people's health and so on, and also to support and promote women with an immigrant background. Thank you very much.
Stort tack för presentation.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. We have no requests for rejoinders, which means that we'll continue with speakers from the committees, and we will begin with Eva Biudi, and then we'll continue down the speakers list. And let me remind everyone that you have 2 minutes speaking time, and if there is a rejoinder, that is 1 minute. Please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President. Just as the Minister has said, the Nordic Council has been working with the equality for more than 50 years. I guess in our countries we've been doing this for some 100 years, but it is amazing that we've been able to coordinate the way we have. And since 2020, we've also been working with LGBTQI. And now we have a new collaboration program. There are still many challenges. We see difficulties in the labor market. We see violence that we haven't been able to stop, and also harassment against minorities. And that is why we appreciated that the Council of Ministers continued this work as well. So that we can do away with the stereotypical gender norms in the labor market. And this also has to do with gender identity and sexual orientation. There are many aspects in the green transition with new digital tools. And the Welfare Committee would like to see initiatives on the 2030 vision. And we would like to see that we work for a socially sustainable Nordic, where we also need to work cross sectors with equality. If we want a cohesive, inclusive Nordics, we want to focus also on diversity. And we should be clear about the fact that the Nordics is for everyone. And that is why we need to look at gender inclusion in different types of activities. I'm trying to speak Swedish, and then all of a sudden I'm speaking Danish, says the speaker. We feel that in 2026, the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers, well, they have entered into an agreement about cooperating. And this is something that we've done as well before. And I would like to ask the Minister if there already now are plans in place as to how we could collaborate better, for example, when it comes to the Commission of the Status of Women. Thank you.
Vill vi minister svara direkt eller?
Would the Minister like to answer immediately, or, as it was a rejoinder? 1 minute for your response, please, and 1 additional question as well, if that's possible too. Thank you very much, firstly, for your question and what you said, and I agree with you, actually. And also thank you for the fact that you've taken the initiative to cooperate further and deeper within the CSV. And it's very important that the Nordic region is very visible in these issues, and the Nordic region is a role model for the rest of the world, and they do listen to us, actually. And the EU also positive to our greater, deeper cooperation and what we did latest during the latest CSV. So I hope that we continue with that. Thank you very much, Minister, for that very positive response. We're very happy to hear that. And we're also happy that between these UN meetings that the ministers for equality have also had meetings together with parliamentarians. And what this report shows that in the internal workings of the Ministerial Council there, we don't always have, these goals, international work or within the finances, etc. We would like this to be, we'd have all sort of separate objectives for equality within the Council of Ministers. Thank you. Yes, absolutely. And this is something that we could do together with you. Next on the speakers list is Eva Lind. The floor is yours. 2 minutes.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to take the floor. Dear Nordic friends, gender equality and equal opportunities is not just a sideline in politics. In fact, it's the basis of freedom, growth and democracy. It's about the right to shape your own life, to have the same opportunities regardless of your gender, and that no one should be sort of set back due to old structures, which is why we need to stand united in the Nordics. We need to do that individually in our separate countries as well as together. Our countries have for a long time been at the forefront when it comes to gender equality, and we need to continue pushing developments forward together, not least in an era when gender equality is being challenged for serious, not just in the whole world or the world around us, but also in the Nordic region itself. Now, gender equality has built Sweden, that's my own country, but really the entire Nordic region, made it strong. It's the emancipation of women, from women's votes to deciding over your own body, to doing away with dual taxation, and also providing childcare for all children. We've been role models, we've been prominent, we have shown the world that a gender equal society is not just good for individuals, but it's also better for society at large. However, we also need to ensure that this policy is self-evident and included in all policy areas, and we see that there are shortcomings, which is why I'd like to ask a question to the Finnish Minister for Equality. How can we increase knowledge in all areas and also ensure that, for example, the Ministers for Cooperation, that they actually keep track of this and that we have agreements and the agreement called Pushing for Great Progress, so that they are aware of that? Thank you.
Tack för det.
Thank you. And there are several questions. Otherwise, you have to go back and forth. So if that's all right with you. So next we have Joni Oktober. 2 minutes.
Tack, herr president.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have serious news from Latvia. A first step has taken so that the country will withdraw from the Istanbul Convention, this convention that the country ratified in 2023 and aims to provide support to women who've fallen victim of domestic violence. The convention has already led to improvements in penal legislation in the country and has also encouraged women to look for help. And now, listening to news, and if you believe what you hear, it's obvious that populist forces are now trying to gain support leading up to the elections. Could the minister imagine to chime in so that this threatening disaster will not become reality in another neighboring country, because we have close relationships, and that would be a Nordic benefit for sure.
Tack för det. Nästa på talan.
Thank you. Okay, then the next speaker on the speakers list is Joachim Vigelius. Please.
Puhun suomea.
Thank you. I'll be speaking in Finnish. President, Nordic colleagues, majority of those that are outside society are men. Those who are homeless, the majority is men. Those who are unemployed, the same thing. And we see this yet and yet again, also when it comes to suicides and murder. So it is men that have problems during working life, also after. And in spite of this dire situation, this is something that we rarely talk about when discussing gender equality. If we talk about the problem of men, we say that they have created the problems themselves. And when we talk about women's gender difficulties, then we do not blame them. And men cannot be corrected by making them less manly. Men suffer from true problems like being outside society, suffering from drug problems, etc. And this is not addressed in the equality debate. Rather, we're stuck in the fact that they're top of the society. But I would say that it's the opposite. They are bottom of society, and we cannot just improve the situation for women at the detriment of men. And we have to understand that men and women are different, and therefore we also have different types of problems, might be because of biology, environment, or something else. And here, if we want to have equal opportunities for everyone, then we should also take this into consideration. We have to consider both halves of the population, also boys and men, and we cannot just blame them. Thank you.
Rejoinder has been requested here. Eva Piodi, 1 minute. Response 1 minute. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I welcome the members' interest in gender equality issues. It's very important, of course, and that the women's movement has for 100 years also wanted more men to become interested in this and work with gender equality. And I think there's a misunderstanding, actually, a huge misunderstanding, whether when we talk about gender equality, whether we women talk about gender equality, that we are forgetting about men. No, the opposite is true. When we talk about violence in the home, we know that the children, both boys and girls, are in fact traumatized and affected very, very badly and can affect their whole upbringing and their whole lives. So, of course, it's very important that we work with boys as well. Gender equality is for all. And we women, we know that, and we welcome men's interest in gender equality.
Varsågod. Svar 1 minut.
Kiitos. Puhun edelleen suomeksi. Arvoisa presidentti.
Well, thank you. I'll continue in Finnish, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that reply. I would like to say, well, I hope that ministers and those working with the equality problems, that they truly see and look at men the way we see them in the Western part of the world today. It is true that in the developing world, women and girls are worse off. But here, where we live, women are better off. And oftentimes today it is men and boys who are the ones who are lagging behind, thinking about social problems, what I just talked about with crime, drug problems, lack of education. If we look at schools today, boys do not learn to read or write or arithmetics. And this is a problem. This is a problem that we should focus on when talking about gender equality instead of just creating problems.
Unfortunately, no time for further rejoinders. Joachim, you can stay there. We can take one more rejoinder actually from the S group.
Sen far vi vidare efter det här.
But then we have to move on after that.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja. Tämä on suomalaisten.
Thank you very much. This is obviously the discussion among Finns. But anyway, I asked for a rejoinder to thank you for your point of view, because I identified this in Finland and other Nordic countries, that we do in fact have a problem, that for boys and young men, they do have a difficult situation often. And I think, and I hope that the ministers could be more active if we, for example, look at mental health in boys and young men and look at the challenges that they face. And with that, we often really don't have any research in that particular area. So there are many illnesses that have been researched, and there are often women diseases and illnesses. So we've never thought about aggressiveness and illness in boys. So there's a lot that remains to be done. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd also like to thank the member, Perli-Galotto, for your rejoinder, because often I think you pit one group against another. I do it myself as well. So we pit men against women. And for me and for some men, I think we are reacting to that. There are various documents of different kinds, strategies, etc., where you say that gender equality is really about that every problem you talk about boys, girls and women, says the speaker, not about boys and men. And also here, when we are talking about gender equality, put forward a proposal of some kind, often we see that the part that concerns boys is fairly small. It's not taken into account. So I think it would be positive if it were more visible in different documents, because, of course, it does affect 50% of the population. Welcome to this discussion. Now we have the next speaker. 2 minutes, please.
Bästa president, Nordiska ministerrådets redogörelse om jämställdhet.
The Nordic Council of Ministers' account on gender equality shows that the Council of Ministers is much aware of the backlash that we see that is threatening all work with gender equality in the Nordic region. And we now see actual examples of how the so-called anti-gender movement are threatening gender equality in the core of gender equality and are gaining ground and fighting against rights that we've struggled for example, women's own determination and our sexual rights as well. I am particularly pleased about the fact that gender equality from a male perspective has been given such a high priority within the report from the Council of Ministers. It's very important to note that patriarchal systems also limit men's possibilities and opportunities to live their dream and to live their own lives. I do hope that the Council of Ministers will, in fact, place a special focus on the situation of young men in the future. When the future feels uncertain and life is not always under control, at the moment, many young men are trying to find solutions in ideologies which are anti-women and toxic masculinity. It's very sad that we have political forces that use and abuse this and the vulnerability that many young men are living in and say that hating women is one solution to the problem. And in a report published a year ago in Finland did show that 1 of 4 young Finnish men feel that women deserve violence due to their looks or their behavior. So we obviously need we need some kind of form of sexual education for young men, but we also need to work to try to fight violence in families, also amongst young men in the Nordic countries, which is why my question to the minister is, what are the Nordic countries doing for young men to promote gender equality? Thank you.
Tack för det. Nästa på talarlistan.
No. Actually, we have a rejoinder that has been requested. So if you wait there for a second, and Joachim Vegelius has asked for a rejoinder. 1 minute.
Puhun suomea. Arvoisa presidentti, pohjoismaiset kollegat.
And I'll be speaking in Finnish. Colleagues, I would like to ask Member Honkasalo, well, actually, you addressed the fact that young men have problems, and that actually leads to the radicalization of these young men. And that is something that goes against the work for gender equality and women's equality. And here it should be said that research that was done, well, it was actually not 1/4 of the women who said that it was okay with violence against women. Men actually answered the same. There was no gender difference in that survey that was done. And what do you think? What do you think about the equality problem when it comes to men? Not what they cause, but the problem that they suffer from. In Nordic gender research, we've looked at this for a long time, that we have these narrow roles, also for men. And this is something that we see, for example, within schools, that there are just certain models that are approved, and the shy boy might not be given the same type of space. And when talking about gender equality, it's not a zero-sum game. We have to consider that if we want to promote gender equality, we have to do so that all young individuals can live their lives fully. And a lot remains to be done also for boys. So if you feel that you're marginalized, that you're outside a group, then the answer is not violence.
Thank you very much. We have the next speaker is Birger Feje Heldashire, please. The speaker, you have 2 minutes.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you. Now, when I read the gender equality report, it's very pleasing to see that they are looking at been working with equal opportunities for twice as long as my life, as it were. So for 50 years we have been fighting for this, but 50 years hasn't been enough. And we're fighting, but I don't really see that we are fighting. And so when I read this account, I see myself, I mean, I'm a young man, and women are mentioned first, and then men are sort of mentioned on the sidelines. And this is something that is a bit surprising. First it says women, but then also with men. And I think that this is something that permeates the whole document. First men, women, and then also men. And if we look at these measures, we see, for example, that it's only now in 2025 that we need to look into something that we already know. And that is that men are unhappy, and that their life quality is deteriorating, and that they're lonely, it's increasing. But we know that already. And so we need to therefore have policies to try to introduce more crisis centres for young men. Now, in the Danish legislature, for example, it was only in January in 2024 that men were sort of became mentioned in the legislation for receiving free help after a traumatic event. And it was only in 2024. This is obviously a lack of prioritization, and it's surprising once again. And we've been fighting for women's rights for 50 years, and it's taken 50 years to set up a crisis centre for men in a Nordic country. And we are doing a lot, yes, and the Nordics are doing a lot, but we can do a lot more, and a lot more should be done as well. Thank you.
Tack för det. Vi har fått...
Thank you. There is a request for a rejoinder. And that is Veronica Honkasalo, 1 minute for the rejoinder and the reply. Thank you. And I will be speaking in Finnish. I think it's very important that we also focus on young men. Because here we see question marks in society, and being a researcher, I think that it's important that we have a proper research, also when it comes to diversity among men. This is not a heterogeneous group. But what services is there a need for? In Finland, we know that there is an organization that offers advice via the telephone, and they are receiving so many calls from young men who ask questions about the way they look, their sexuality, the way they're growing up, so many questions. And there is a need for such a service. But what do you think? In particular, what do these young men need from society? Well, I think that we need to focus on, for example, crisis centers. In Denmark, there are over 80 of such centers for women, but only a very small number for men. And this means that men have similar problems, and we need to focus on these crisis centers. And that is where we have a high need, because there is less than 10 in Denmark for men and more than 80 for women. Thank you. Thank you. Unfortunately, we have no more time. We will nevertheless give the minister a chance to answer the questions that has been asked. 2 minutes.
Kiitän myös siitä, että keskustelu nimenomaan tasa-arvoasioista.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for this debate, that it was such a lively debate, and this is a topic that interests so many, and I'm sure we can continue these discussions. To Eva Lind, I'd like to say the following. By emphasizing the fact that this is cross-disciplinary, as it were, that it goes across the board, working with equal opportunities and gender equality. It's not just one area. Gender equality belongs to all different parts of our lives and in all different policy areas. And it's very important that the Pushing for Progress program and our gender policy actually reaches other ministerial councils and promotes that cooperation. This is something that we can do all together. And thank you also for that you brought up the Istanbul Convention and that we have to fight men's violence against women. The Istanbul Convention is an important instrument for us. And of course, we don't think that it's a good development if Latvia now decide to leave that convention. That's very worrying. And even if we don't know all the details there, we are still continuing our discussions with Latvia, and we do in the Nordic region hope that we have a strong form of cooperation with the Baltic states when it comes to the implementation of the Istanbul Convention. And finally, when we talk about gender equality, and it comes to men's and boys' perspective, now the Ministers for Equality in the Nordic region, at every meeting we do discuss how important it is to highlight also the situation and perspective of boys and men. And as far as I understand, this is something that applies to all Nordic countries. For example, in Finland, with a new program for gender equality, it's a part of that. And at the latest meeting in Hemmelinen at the Hasthus a couple of weeks ago, it was discussed this as well. and there's new research in this area as well. So we're not pitting one side against the other. This is about equal rights for all genders. So thank you to you about mentioning young men, because it is very worrying that young men feel lonely and that there's that feeling that no one knows me, or that you are marginalized in some way, or that you're not doing very well in your studies. And these are things that we together need to deal with, and we need to bring our attention to, so that our gender equality policy really is for all and is as extensive as possible. Now, in concrete terms, we have done a great deal within the Council of Ministers. We have research results, for example, in Finland. We have an ongoing project, or a series of webinars, really, where men's well-being is discussed. That's one concrete example, but I do hope that this is a discussion that will continue and can continue, so that we understand that gender equality is everybody's business, and that you're not pitting one side against the other, so that everyone feels that they are a part of society and a part of the gender equality policy. Thank you. Thank you. Now, as this is such an important theme, we still have a little bit of time for one rejoinder. Eva Lind from the S Group, please.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you. We do not have all that much time, so I'm not going to extend the debate. I just want to say that equality is about equal rights for everyone. And I just wanted to say that. And some of the arguments that we've heard here today, I don't think that all the figures that have been mentioned are quite correct. Perhaps we can get back to that. But it is important for us to know and understand that this is a topic that we need to continue to discuss and debate. So that's the top of the agenda. But why I asked for the floor is to honor the person who actually should receive that honor. I want to say thank you to the Minister for highlighting the Istanbul Convention. It's so important that we all continue to be part of that Istanbul Convention. And thank you to the Equality Minister, because you have truly invited the representatives from the Nordic countries to cooperate, not just in the Women's Committee, but also in other fora. So thank you for this excellent cooperation that we've had during your presidency. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for that comment. And it is, I think, excellent that we can meet and discuss. And that goes for international meetings, but also in this Nordic context. It is so that we have the same problems, same things that we discuss in the different countries. So it is a good thing that we do cooperate. And I've appreciated that opportunity to be able to discuss with you, and I hope that we'll be able to continue.
Tack för det. Nu har jag...
Thank you. Now there are no more speakers. So can we take this to the minutes that we have received this report? Thank you. And then we are going to continue with the agenda item 13, where we have a debate on welfare policy. And here we're going to deal with two reports, the cooperation in the field of health and social affairs, and then also the report on disabilities 2024-2025, and we're looking forward to hearing about these very important reports concerning the cooperation that we have in the Nordics within two areas that are important within their field of social welfare. And we say welcome. Up to the rostrum, Minister Sanni Grahn-Laasonen, 3 minutes.
Jälleen kuulette
Thank you. So once again, it's in Finnish. And to start with, I'd like to thank the Nordic Council for its commitment to this policy area. This cooperation within the framework of the Nordic the social and healthcare policy aims to support decision-making and ensuring the sustainability of our welfare societies. And we concentrated above all on building and creating a socially sustainable Nordic area. And the aim is to ensure that everyone has the same equal access to welfare services and that we have a universal welfare model and that we are also able to prevent mental ill health and loneliness in all population groups. And we are striving to guarantee equal opportunities to live a good and healthy life for all. And we also focus on preventive measures. These are also important. In addition to that, the program's overall theme has to do with digitalization, innovative solutions, and cooperation with the citizens. As regards preparedness and resilience, there we are in the process of developing crisis management, in particular when it comes to drawing up evacuation plans for patients and customers. Now, the Nordic public health authorities have analysed how the pandemic was handled, and the conclusions were drawn with regard to vaccination strategy. As an example, the Nordic cooperation on antibiotics resistance is something that's being reinforced through a 3-year initiative aimed at ensuring access to good antibiotics. And we, for example, have developed a Nordic procurement model for antibiotics. The goal with regard to promoting physical and mental health within the Nordic Public Health Cooperation is also in focus, and we have a plan, a long-term plans for mental ill health and health for young people in particular, and the summit was been focusing on screen time and on the health of young people. In February next year, we'll see the results of the project on young and children and young people living in families with low income, and the effects of that report will be published. We've also worked with an inclusive society, and there we are also supporting the inclusion of people with disabilities, for instance. And AI has developed quickly, and AI is not available to all, so we cooperate also with the Baltic states. And in Helsinki, we have a Nordic welfare forum where we discuss, or the theme has been social trust and cohesion. We've also started making a holistic assessment of the Nordic social cooperation, which is, and the aim is to be completed by the spring 2026. Finally, I'd like to say that we do value our cooperation in these matters. Thank you very much.
Stort tack för
Thank you for that introduction. We're going to continue with the committee speakers, and we'll begin with Eva Lind from the Welfare Committee. 2 minutes.
Tack så mycket för ord.
Thank you. I guess that you'll be sick and tired of me today. But anyway, I'll be speaking on behalf of the committee, and we have a few comments. And of course, this is an area that's incredibly important for our Committee of Welfare. We have high expectations. There are ambitions in the work that is underway with the revision, and it is important to move forwards. It's about strengthening, not just maintaining Nordic welfare. But we actually question, to some extent, the very high ambition that we see. We know that ambition and money is linked. So we actually have a question for the Minister. How will you ensure that we can continue work if we have no increase in the budget? And it is about moving from words to action. And this is something that we've requested for many years. And also the cross-sectorial perspective. I think that is good. It's important that we continue and that we also make it visible in the values that we talk about. It's also about being clear. We have to speak up against discrimination at all levels, gender, sexuality, gender identity, everything that has to do with our field. But I also would like to say something that I addressed when we discussed border obstacles. We do not see these questions being prioritized. We have had many proposals that have been presented by members, and we've tried to apply pressure when it comes to ambulances, transports, etc. Many different issues that need to be prioritized. And my apologies for speaking more than 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Next on the speakers list is Katarina Deremar from the M Group.
Thank
you very much, Mr. President. It's only 99 days before the next Olympic Games, and our ski stars have been trained for years to be ready when they're on the starting line. And I have faith in our Olympics delegates and in the Nordic we will win a number of medals. But now we're almost into 2026 and we have 1,526 days until 2030 when we in the Nordic region are going to reach our goal of being the most integrated and sustainable region in the world. Have we trained enough? Are we ready? Now, if that's going to be true, we really need to train hard. The EU often looks upon the Nordic region when they try to find solutions within the area of welfare. And this is something that we should safeguard and take on that leadership, because in that way, the Nordic region can be a role model and show the way instead of the other way around. However, what we see, unfortunately, is that the response in the Council of Ministers on the recommendation from the Nordic Council that the work has often started by the EU, and that will undermine, or there's a risk that it will undermine good Nordic initiatives and good best practice. So my question to the Minister is whether you believe that the Nordic region can change its way of working and be a role model for the best of the Nordic region, and so that we are able to reach our vision. Thank you.
Okay. Tack för det. Vi fick med det.
Thank you. We just heard from the technician that you're not supposed to move the microphone up or down, but rather the table that you have there. If you're there, the rostrum, and the microphone is not correctly positioned, it might not work properly. And we have the next speaker on the speakers list being Ville Verinen from the Conservative Group. Thank you. Thank you. Minister. The psychological health of children and young individuals is something that is a cause of concern in several of our countries. We see more and more ADHD diagnoses, for example, amongst school-age children, and we see more and more medication. And this is a cause of concern. And we see big differences between different regions. In Finland, for example, certain municipalities medicate 4 times as much. So, well, we do not have any common criteria for children and young people who need help. And if we are to have equal or uniform health, then we cannot have children faring badly. And if I've understood things correctly, that we feel this concern, well, it's something we see everywhere, and ADHD is just one example. Could we do something in the Nordics to have more of a uniform methodology so that we use scarce resources properly, not just at a national level, but in the Nordics? And thank you.
Next speaker on the speakers list, we have Pia Silempia from the NF Group. Mr. President, the Nordic countries are finding themselves in a situation where we have more and more elderly. This is a demographic change, and this is, of course, a challenge, actually, to our welfare societies, but also when it comes to social and healthcare. There's a lack of staff throughout, and this is a real problem which we need to find sustainable solutions to. But the solution cannot be that we find staff from in different countries in the third world without the necessary language abilities. This is a risk, of course, for the security of the patients, but also for the other staff. In Finland, for example, a large number of the carers believe that it's a burden if you have staff who do not have sufficient language skills, and patients need treatment in their own mother tongue. It's unethical as well to attract carers from other countries where they also have problems with resources. So how can we steal from other countries, staff from other countries, bring them to us? It's only colonialism, modern colonialism, really. We need to try to deal with these challenges through Nordic cooperation by reinforcing education and training, improving the working environment and conditions, and improving digitalization as well. We need to remember that digitalization is a tool, but it does not replace humans. We need humans who understand patients, the language, the culture. Now, we've been proud in the Nordic region about our system, and in the future we need to work so that we can continue to be proud of the system in the future as well. Thank you. Thank you. Next on the speakers list is Lotta Jonsson from the NDF Group.
Tack, herr ordförande.
Thank you, President. The objective with the Nordic work that we have, well, the objectives are good. We should have high quality. Services should be secure for patients and carers and be available for all. And we also have to promote good physical and psychological health so that we have well-being and high quality of life for everyone. But now we have to live up to these objectives. And we need to do that by having enough resources. Unfortunately, what we see in several Nordic countries today is that we have cutbacks, quite extensive ones within the healthcare sector. We see this in Finland and Sweden, and the ministers have discussed how we can enhance social welfare and across borders. And this is incredibly important also for our defense. If we do not do this, things will not work if there is a crisis or even a war. And the minister talked about and strengthened the collaboration when it comes to access to antibiotics and vaccines. But it is important also the question of antibiotics. We also need to look at action having to do with equal treatment, all types of discrimination, gender, sexual orientation, gender identity, ethnicity, disabilities. We need to look at that within the healthcare sector. And we also need to highlight the opportunities that minorities are given to get equal treatment. And this is important. We need to listen to these groups, and we need to listen to the movements that we have and organizations representing these groups. And we need to improve the collaboration when it comes to ambulance transports, for example, within the Nordics. And I would like to ask the minister, what do you think about, and what will the Nordic ministers do to enhance this work, equal treatment where we see discrimination today? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Holberg Jansson from the Conservative Group. 2 minutes, please.
Herr President.
Mr. President, during the pandemic, we saw how quickly borders can be closed and how dependent we are of functioning digital solutions. And that applies not just to the economy, but also transport and care and access to information, which is why it's very pleasing to see that the Nordic countries are now highlighting digital mobility and preparedness together, because basically this is about how people can have access to help, support, assistance, regardless of whether you're in Åbo, Åland or Tromsø. And if you have a prescription from Finland, you should be able to get your medicine in a pharmacy in Copenhagen, but we know that it doesn't always work as seamlessly. And it's pretty clear how far we have to go also within the Nordic region, because it's these everyday situations where the trust in the system is created and preparedness is really tested when something really happens for real. So a joint system for digital identity would safeguard robust communication, and that can save lives and time. And because we have borders on the Åland is in the middle of the Nordic region with its own authority. This is more than a technology, actually. It should be a natural part of the Nordic cooperation, also in a crisis. Hence, I would like to urge the ministers for social affairs and cooperation to allow this to be included when digital projects are being planned. It's easier in that way. We need to ensure that our systems work together, also when the world around us does not. Thank you.
Thank you. We continue with Nora Korpela from the Youth Council. 2 minutes.
Kiitos, herra presidentti. Mielenterveyden haaste.
Thank you. The challenges that we have that has to do with psychological ill health and marginalization, this is something that we've already addressed. And we're glad to see that these challenges are highlighted in this report as well. And what is now required is that we work in a focused manner and that we think long term. In Finland, for example, the psychological challenges that we see when you also have physiological problems, well, we see that this is a trend, and this is something that has an impact on individuals and human capital. And we would like to see a Nordic collaboration where we work more intensely to work with solving these challenges. And I do think that we still can increase the flow of different ideas, discussing how we can help as much as possible and have early intervention so that we have proper health care. And I would like to ask the Minister, what do you think? What do you think could be improved in terms of the cooperation?
Thank you very much. 2 minutes for the Minister to respond, please, to the questions that have been raised. The floor is yours. Thank you. Now, I'm sure you understand that it's impossible to give brief answers to these questions, but let me try. I'll do my best. Now, these were very important rejoinders and questions. When we talk about this Nordic welfare model, which is important for all of us, I would dare say that that is the case. The Nordic welfare model, where we have a coverage of services, extensive services, and good security networks. We want to make progress here. And of course, there are financial challenges in all our countries. We have an aging population across the board. We've experienced a number of crises in the last few years. Economic growth has not been sufficient. And with the geopolitical situation as well, we do need preparedness. We need more money. However, despite all these challenges, we must also think about social sustainability and try to strike a balance when it comes to the economy so that it is sustainable and so that we ensure that everybody fares well in the long term. So thank you very much for all your thoughts as well, the ones that you brought up here during this debate. There was a question about diagnoses. And this is something which is becoming an increasing problem in the Nordics. We do cooperate, let me say, when it comes to statistics with regard to ADHD diagnosis, so that we can understand this better, so we can cooperate better in this area, because the well-being of children is, of course, very important. It's important for the Council of Ministers, and the pandemic, for example, had an impact on that. Screen time does as well, as do other changes that we see in our lifestyles. So these all have an impact, and this has a sort of anxiety and mental ill health have both increased due to all this. And we need to ensure that we do our utmost, because next year we're going to have a summit which will be on mental ill health in Copenhagen, and there the emphasis is above all on young people. There were also other important questions about staff, about carers. It's of course important to ensure that we have sufficient staff, that they are knowledgeable and qualified, and that patients need care in their own languages. But also, as we have the aging population, we need to ensure that we have sufficient healthcare staff in our different countries. So we can't say no to the recruitment of staff from abroad. And thank you also as regards questions on digitalization. This is a huge problem. It's a major area. Different welfare services, digital services, for example, these are central to our cooperation. For example, when it comes to electronic prescriptions, this is something that has been discussed in the Council of Ministers for years now, and they are national, not cross-border, so we need new solutions for that. Using electronic prescriptions between Estonia and Finland is something that's been possible since 2020, in fact. And we also have European health data, and which we need to see how it works. Thank you.
Tack för det, minister.
Thank you. Thank you to the Minister. There are no more speakers on the speakers list. Can we take to the minutes that we have received this report? Thank you. That is carried. And that takes us to the third and last report that we're going to hear from, Sanne Gran Larsson, and 3 minutes.
Oikeuksien ja osallisuuden periaate.
Well, thank you. Now we're going to talk about the cooperation on disabilities and the exchange of information. We, of course, give our support to the UN Convention on people with disabilities, and we're also in favor of the work that is being done within the area of social policy. And, of course, we need to have something that is open and inclusive for everyone. And disabilities rights, well, we have to work against the discrimination, because this is something that is still far too common, and we see structural problems that make life difficult for many individuals with disabilities, and these have to be done away with. This is something that we have to do together, and we have also looked at the program for cooperation when it comes to disabilities and those questions, the program that we have for 2023-2027, and this is something that is based on the Ministerial Council of Social Issues and Healthcare Policy. The last few years we have seen priorities when it comes to the execution, particularly when it comes to youth, and action that is taken in the area of digital accessibility. The Nordic Welfare Center, they play a very important role in this work, and they have looked at how we can promote knowledge dissemination, work with research data and networks. And we have an advisory council for Nordic cooperation, and we're working with the contributions, and we've received many such contributions from the Swedish and Finnish presidencies. And of course, the Nordic perspective is important also within the UN. The UN Convention on Rights for Individuals and Disabilities was something that Finland was in charge of in June. And we also have a common declaration that has been signed by Nordic ministers, ministers of welfare and digitalization, and this highlights the commitment we have to create an inclusive, fair, equal access to AI for people with disabilities. And I also want to highlight something that is particularly important, and it is about young individuals with disabilities. Since 2023, we have a forum for children, young individuals who can meet and exchange ideas and information. It's also about the need for education and discussions in compulsory schools. And this week, as a matter of fact, these young individuals would meet in Stockholm again and talk about their perspective. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Now we will continue with the spokespersons for the Committee for Welfare Issues, PSLL. 2 minutes, and I'll also remind you that subsequent speakers, there is a spot where you can wait so that you can come up immediately after the previous speaker. Thank you very much. Many thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Committee for Welfare in the Nordic region. Thank you for this presentation. The committee finds that this cooperation program this Nordic program for cooperation on disability issues is to promote an efficient inclusion of individuals with disabilities, and it is positive indeed. We welcome that the Nordic cooperation on these issues provides concrete benefits and changes that are required. The committee would like to emphasize that there will be a number of 3 main priorities in the program: human rights, inclusion, and freedom of movement. When it comes to human rights, inclusion, and the fact that freedom of movement should prevail are fundamental principles in the area of disability as part of the Nordic cooperation. And to the committee, it is welcome that there is an aspect which is intersectional in the program, because this shines light on the unique starting point for individuals with disabilities. So we can focus even greatly on issues such as equal opportunities, inclusion, and combating and preventing discrimination. We are very anxious to maintain this particular approach. On Tuesday, the committee heard from the Disability Council. They provided us with valuable information on this topic, and the committee would like to thank the Council for this opportunity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. And the next speaker is Christine Löfs, who's from the Social Democratic Group. 2 minutes, please.
Tusen takk, ærede president.
Thank you, President. Being a social democrat, well, of course, we feel that it's important to ensure that young individuals with disabilities are not left behind. And earlier this week in the Welfare Committee, we heard from several young representatives from the Council of Young Individuals with Disabilities, and they talked about school, leisure, working life, and also the digital life. And these are areas where they are oftentimes left behind. And it is important that they can participate fully. It was also said that we have to look at how we can speed up decisions for young people with disabilities. politics that we see in this field has to be part of the vision that we have, that we're to be the most sustainable and integrated region in the world. And here we have to look at a policy action. We have an important work to do within the Nordic cooperation. This is something that we have to do, and of course we can also develop it further. We would like to see particularly that we highlighted the perspective of these young people, and that should be part of how we develop in the Nordics and also in the global cooperation. And a natural step forward in this process would be to look at if we could incorporate this in human rights legislation. In Norway, I and the Arbeiderparti, we have presented a proposal in our parliament in this respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Katarina Deremar from the Centre Group. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, President. Many individuals with disabilities experience difficulties to make their way into the labour market. It's important that all people have the possibility, based on their preconditions, to use their knowledge and their skills. Now we're in a situation of high unemployment in several of our countries, and a group which normally struggles to get a foot into the labour market now finds it even more difficult still. To not make your way into the labour market makes it impossible for you to gain work experience, and to have a job to go to is so significant to all of us for our well-being, and work. Having a job also gives you an independent life. Unfortunately, it's far too often the case that individuals with disabilities often, should they make their way into the labour market, end up in low-paid jobs. And it's difficult for them to have any work or pay career development. So my question to the Minister is this: what do we need to do, according to the Minister, to ensure that individuals with disabilities to a greater extent can get out into the labour market, and also to strengthen, to have a chance at strengthening their possibilities for an independent life, and therefore also social inclusion?
Tusen tack.
Thank you.
På talarlistan har vi Nora Korp.
And next speaker is Nora Korpela from the Youth Council. 2 minutes.
Kiitos, herra presidentti.
Thank you, President. The Nordics want to become the most integrated region in the world, but the world is not open for everyone in the same manner. Here it is decisive that we include individuals with disabilities, and this is a sad fact. It is gratifying, however, to see that we see more and more accessibility according to the report. We have recommendations from the Nordic Youth Disability Summit. And when traveling in the Nordic countries, we see that there is a willingness, flexibility when it comes to receiving access to a personal assistant, it says. And this is excellent. This highlights the fact that it's difficult sometimes to get information about disability and accessibility, and particularly when you have children that needs a personal assistant, because the availability is relatively limited. And this is also something that you might need when you travel abroad. I hope that this will be the case soon.
Thank you. Now we're going to give the Minister an opportunity to comment any questions that were raised. 2 minutes speaking time.
Siihen näkemykseen, että
Thank you. Well, I agree in the sense that the Nordic cooperation in the area of disabilities should be intensified. And we will ensure that we can pass on some of these issues. Thank you very much for the points you've raised in the debate. Ever since 2023, we've organized a meeting for young people with disabilities with the idea of highlighting their opinions more. We have representatives from the Nordic disability organizations taking part to present the views of children and young people with disabilities. We keep statistics in relation to this category, in particular linked to their schooling and education. Another point which has been mentioned is the ability to be an active member of the labor market and being involved in society, being included. It must be possible for everyone to have a good life and a role to play, to be part of the labor market. And we've heard of major challenges in that respect. MRA has a project that is funded to promote research and various solutions for individuals to be able to take part to a greater extent in the labor market. We need more statistics on individuals with disability and the labor market so that we're in a better position to do proper follow-up. And it has a lot to do with how open we are in our attitudes in the labor market to ensure that everyone can feel that they have something to contribute with to society. It's also about accessibility, which was emphasized as well. Thank you.
Tusen tack, minister.
Thank you to the minister. There are no more speakers on the speakers list. Can we take to the minutes that we have received this report? That is carried. Thank you. And thank you to the minister for these accounts. Then we are going to switch president.
Hej allihop! Kul att se er från den...
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you from this perspective. And we're going to continue, and we're now at agenda item 14, I think it is. It says 12 here, but I think it's 14. It's a debate on current policy regarding children and young people. And this is a topic that is very topical, based on the day and age that we're living in and the challenges that we see today. And we're now looking forward to hearing this account of a report that will be the last one, the last report that is introduced, and this will be done by Anders Adlercreutz. And you are now welcome to introduce the work that has been done concerning children and young people. And the minister is given 3 minutes. And during his address, it is possible to ask for a rejoinder. If we have rejoinders, the minister will move down to that speaking point down there. Thank you. Thank you, President. And let's see, I thought I had 5 minutes, but I'll see what I can do. Children and young people is not just a very important part of our future. They're also part of the present today. And this is something that we see in our report, that it is a prioritized group. We look at this group in a cross-sectorial manner. The Council of Ministers works in this cross-sectorial way when it comes to several sectors. It's about education, research, and also social health policy. And we also have a very important advisory committee, Nordbook. Nordbook consists of youth representatives from 8 countries and also from government representatives from the relevant departments, government ministries. And it's important that we have the right expertise so that we can get projects, proposals that we ministers for corporations can then listen to and make decisions on. Emerson has increased its budget with 10 million Danish krona per year, and that is about 13 million Danish krona that we'll see in year 2025, 2026, 27. About half of this goes to direct funding of the program Nordic 030, where all children, young people can apply for funding for various projects, camps, workshops on brain drain in Nordics. For example, experience of information and also research on diseases and also food culture among young, to give a few examples. And we have strategic efforts, things that are dealt with in Nordbook and then decided on by the ministers for cooperation. And we deal with, for example, psychological ill health, equality and preparedness. And you see in the report that we have started a 3-year program pushing for progress young for equality and legal rights. And this is something where we focus on young people who find it difficult with gender identity, sexual rights and equality. And here we have values that are under pressure today. Another project, Youth, Peace and Security, aims at helping young people in the Nordic Baltic countries when they feel uncertainties having to do with the security policy situation, where we need to include these when discussing preparedness. And because this is something that also impacts young people and children. And third project is a project on a safer digital democracy. It's about screen time, digital behaviors, and how to protect children's rights online. And this is a project that is expected to be concluded with a number of recommendations for politicians and decision makers, and that will happen in 2026. Some of the efforts that we have done is guided through Nordic institutions, and when it comes to children and young people, it's the Nordic Welfare Center in particular where we have the expertise, and they're also working with projects, young people's digital behaviors, the right to be heard, and what happened during the COVID pandemic, and also projects for children and young people in low-income families. In the Council of Ministers, we also work based on the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and it's about involving children and young people in surveys, workshops, conferences. We have to listen to them. We have to take them seriously. It has to be a meaningful participation. And one such example is the Day of the Nordics in March 2025, where we had recommendations from the Nordic Baltic Youth Summit that were used, and it was about involving children and young people in societal preparedness. And we also had young people and children that were invited to workshops and seminars at the Youth Island in Copenhagen, together with the Ministers for Cooperation and the Finnish ambassador to Denmark.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. And there are 2 requests for rejoinders to this address. Hold off for one moment, Eva. I'll ask the Minister to step up to the rejoinder rostrum. Eva Björdo from the Centre Group first. Go ahead. And then Lotta Jonsson-Forner for the second rejoinder. You have 1 minute. I apologize, Minister. We missed out on our opportunity for rejoinder yesterday, but we can do it today. The report deals with the importance of democracy, equal opportunities, etc. We've already discussed those issues quite extensively this morning. We're in the country of Astrid Lindgren, and we all have a tradition of respecting the rights of the child. This is quite unique compared to the rest of the world. However, at the same time, we have an increased polarization between, for example, girls and boys, and more stereotypes and restricting gender roles. Nevertheless, we still work with this when we raise our very young children or work with them at school. What more could we do? It's a difficult question. Thank you very much. That's a challenging question indeed, but I share your concern for the digital world, which enhances polarization, social media algorithm steering boys in one direction and girls in a completely other. The political debate is also polarized, and if you then reflect on democratic involvement and participation, clearly this is not beneficial, this development. So if I just look at the schools and the matter of digital skills and media skills and understanding how media work, we want children to understand and feel that they're part of this world, that they can gain access to it, have access to good information, and laying the foundation in that way to an actual, proper and thorough involvement. We've had media literacy on the agenda for a long time in Finland already. It's part of our education from a very young age up to tertiary level education and in the business community, generally in the labour market. This is a central and crucial issue, not just considering society's development and democracy, but also for involvement and participation, and having a neutral game plan for citizens' involvement. Thank you very much. And the next rejoinder is for Lotta Jonsson Fornarve from the Nordic Green Left. 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you also to the Minister. The Minister stresses the fact that children deserve equal treatment regardless of background. And of course, that is very important. But unfortunately, today we see more and more child poverty in the Nordic countries, in Sweden, Finland. And Save the Children recently in Sweden released a report saying that the last 2 years we have 100,000 children more living in poverty. And we see the same thing in Finland due to cutbacks in the social sector. And this means that these children are not awarded the same access, for example, to leisure time activities and culture because of that financial situation. The families cannot afford to buy equipment, and they are not treated in an equal manner. So what does the Minister think about this, and what can the Council of Ministers do to turn that trend? Well, yes, this is something that is difficult, but perhaps it rather has to do with the business cycle as such. And what we see in the Nordic countries, in Sweden and Finland, where things are kind of gloomy this year and next. Then it also has to do with the specific policy action. And in Finland, we have focused on trying to create an opportunity to increase employment, similar to what was done in Sweden some 20 years ago. And we're also approaching the Swedish system when it comes to taxation policy and education, where we want to enhance financing to schools and universities. And we try to create equal structures so that you can also have hobby activities in the school, so that we do not have those inequalities when it comes to football, for example. And I'm also thinking that, well, we have to try to assist where we can. But yes, this is a question for the future, and we have to react to all such signals, strong and weak, to see what we can do to remedy this. Thank you. Thank you for that set of rejoinders. We say thank you to the Minister, and we continue with the speakers list, where we're now at Eva Lind, 2 minutes. And you can also ask for a rejoinder.
Tack så mycket, och jag...
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of the entire Committee for Welfare in the Nordic region. We have a few points that we would like to highlight. Firstly, children and youth are not only our future, but crucially it's also about their preconditions and their situation here and now. This is why it's very important that we pay attention to and listen to how the situation, what it looks like in our Nordic countries. The Youth Council is, of course, a very important part in ensuring that we do not forget and lose track of that perspective. But we need to find more and different ways of listening to them and giving children and youth more of a say and an influence. We know that children's mental ill health is a major challenge for those who suffer from it, but of course also to our countries. And here we need to make significant investments. Sometimes we don't have the knowledge we need to know precisely what and how we need to put in our different measures. That's why we need to cooperate, because that can truly give us Nordic benefit when we have an exchange of knowledge, experience, and work together. We've also prioritized and asked the Nordic Council of Ministers to look into how children who live in financially marginalized families are impacted by their life situation and what needs to be done. So this is a matter of priority for the committee, and we've also requested resources to ensure that we can have an in-depth look at this, and we hope that the Council of Ministers will take this very seriously. Thank you. Thank you very much, Eva. Thank you. And it is correct that Eva Lind was the spokesperson for the entire committee, of course. Now, however, the Social Democratic Group, Gudmundur Ari Sigurjonsson, 2 minutes speaking time, and it is possible to request rejoinders. You have the floor.
Ég mun tala íslensku.
And it will be in Icelandic.
Virðulegi forseti, ég vil byrja á því að þakka fyrir
President, I would like to start by saying thank you for all the work that has been done. What we see clearly is that the Nordic countries are standing there united with children and young people, and that they're part of our identity and values. We're now at a fork in the road, though. We have a strategy for children and young people, but it expired in 2024. And according to the report, this is the last report on the Council of Ministers report for children and young people. We have a vision for the future, which is that this is to be an integral part of Nordic collaboration, and therefore there shouldn't be a specific strategy or a specific evaluation of what is done within this area. But here we have to be honest. Looking at the children and young people, we have to look at everything. There is a risk that if you try to do that, you look at nothing. And we can always highlight projects that are focused on children and young people, but that is not the same thing as having a common strategy and common priorities and objectives. We have to show action, and that is why I would like to propose that we work in a more targeted manner, that we formulate a new strategy for children and young people. And this is important because today we see that the children have new challenges. We have schools that do not perform properly. We see increased mental ill health, social isolation, and more pressure from the digital environment. And these are things that we have to take action on. We also believe young people to believe in democracy, and then we also have to ensure that they can take on an active role in democratic processes. And we have to work in a focused manner because that can strengthen the Nordic. We want to become a socially sustainable region also for children and young people in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No request for rejoinders to that address. Moving on to the next box on Maria Rasenkangas from Nordic Freedom. Welcome up here. You have 2 minutes speaking time, and you may request a rejoinder.
Puhun suomea. Arvoisa
Thank you. I will be speaking Finnish. President, colleagues, we are in a situation where the well-being of children and youth is under threat in many ways. Mental health challenges have increased, and more young people are experiencing loneliness, anxiety, and hopelessness, and lack of parenthood and borderlessness and no boundaries in homes are reflected in many different ways, and it hampers the child's safe growth. At the same time, we see worrying developments where young people start to commit serious violent crimes at an ever younger age. They start using substances such as drugs. Children at primary school age by 12 years of age. Narcotic drugs enters Finland mainly through Sweden and Eastern Europe. The violence amongst young people is also increasing. It's becoming more frequent in Finland with the practice of carrying sharp weapons in your spare time and at school. These are not isolated phenomena. They are interlinked. We see them in all Nordic countries, and we see that there is a growing pressure. There's more insecurity and lack of ways for young people to control their daily lives. And through social media, children and young people can easily buy substances through Telegram platforms, for example. They can also access and experience various types of brutal violence through social media. Fortunately, in many countries, this is something that they've paid attention to in the use of mobile phones during school days. In some countries, such as Finland, a law has been adopted to ban the use of mobile phones during school days, and this will hopefully reduce some of the disturbances at schools, safeguard learning environment, and improve social interaction between young people. I hope that the cooperation in the Nordic countries can develop further so that we can try, prove and practice together and work together to do more to reduce the spread of drug trafficking. It would also be important to deal with the underlying root causes of violence to try and prevent it rather than focusing only on dealing with the consequences. Generally speaking, it's important that we're able to work together to promote and increase Nordic cooperation with more skills and information sharing for the safety and well-being of children and young people, because they are our future. Thank you.
Thank you. No one has requested a rejoinder, so let's take the next address. That's Ronnie Alcross from the Social Democratic Group. You have 2 minutes. The floor is yours, and you can take a rejoinder also on this address. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Nordic account on work for young people and children is very important, that we have a joint view which is putting the conditions of young people and children at the center of things, that you have the right to hope for the future and a good life, and working for the mental health of children against marginalization and vulnerability are very important tasks that we need to deal with together. At the same time, though, we see very worrying trends, and we see ill health increasing amongst young people, especially among girls. Stress, worry, anxiety are behind this. And a part of the explanation can be found in the digital world. Social media, for example, which have an impact on relationships and self-confidence. So we as a society, we need to take a stronger path, and where we need to, and for the democratic perspective, it's about equality, safety, security, responsibility, and it's difficult to navigate in a social world which has an impact on your health, which is why we need to have age limits for social medias. And the Labour Party in Norway have taken an initiative to have a 15-year-old age limit for social media. And the right for children to development, etc., is much more important than the profits of the companies. As earlier, we need to continue working with ill health, working, for example, with services for pupils at school and having safer after-school activities as well. And in the Nordics, we need to stick together where all children and young people can grow, fare well, and have a belief in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. A rejoinder has been requested. Hans Edvard Askem from the Centre Group, please. Welcome, and you have 1 minute.
Tack, president.
Thank you, President. I'm pleased that Mr. Ekqvist mentioned leisure time activities. It's an important factor to feel that you are part of a community. We know that in families where you have child poverty, children can still end up in a situation where they choose to not get involved in leisure time activities to protect the finances, the economy of their families. We see that in some cases in Norway and in some municipalities and also nationally. We've tried to have a leisure time voucher or card available to all so that the children can choose not to prioritize the family's needs over their own leisure time activities. Does the speaker agree with me that it's important to find new solutions to avoid this type of exclusion for the most vulnerable of our children? Thank you for that question. There's no doubt that this is very urgent, making sure that all children can be involved and participate to grow the sense of community, get them more active, and promote their interest in contributing to society. A leisure time voucher, the card, has been a success where it's been introduced. We need to work to expand it even further so that it's available to more people, that there's information available, that you can apply for one and that you are entitled to have one. So we need to work more with this, but I think we need to be open to other options as well. But we've made some progress. We need to continue this very important task of including all of our children. Thank you very much. That concludes this rejoinder. And the floor now for the next address is to the Youth Council representative. 2 minutes from the main podium. And you may request rejoinders.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Honoured members. Now, the Nordic region is perhaps the best place to live in. That's what many different types of surveys tell us, and statistics as well. However, we are not, unfortunately, immune to the crisis that we see today and that in particular impact young people. Young people today, in particular children, have an upbringing which is in a childhood which is totally linked to their social media. You are subjected to photos, videos, etc., of all kinds, and above all, views about beauty far from reality. And we also see a substantial increase, especially among girls who have different types of self-harm problems, which lead to anorexia, for example, and bulimia. And we see increased stress amongst young people and children. We didn't see before social media. Today, also, we see young people lack a faith in the future, and we see that a fifth don't have a strong hope for the future, and 20% do not see that they have a good that their future is positive at all. There are many reasons for this, and one is that they haven't got time for their school, and they see that problems are an obstacle. We see that mental ill health has increased, suicide attempts have increased, and we see these problems have risen substantially, and especially in vulnerable groups. We see that suicide figures are so bad that 60% of all trans youngsters have tried to take their lives at one stage. So I turn to you and to the Minister. Do you believe that we are doing enough for children and young people today? Thank you. Thank you. A rejoinder has been requested, so please stand at that podium there. And the first one is to Gudmund Augustsson from the Social Democratic Group, please. 1 minute.
I will be speaking Icelandic again. Thank you. You mentioned the challenges young people are faced with in today's society. I'd like to ask you a more personal question, and on behalf of young people generally, what do you think about the strategy in 2020 from 2024? It's not expected to produce a new strategy, but the youth component will be part of the work we do in the Council of Ministers and the Nordic Council. The challenges that you've described, are they not being highlighted? Should we have a more focused strategy for children and youth in the Nordics, perhaps?
Tack så mycket. Jag hoppas att jag förstod frågan.
Thank you. Well, I hope I understood the question correctly. We are, of course, grateful for the work which is being done. There are good strategies. However, I think you need to look more in depth at the issues at stake. We do have many different problems in our society, and we need to understand that the problems we see today will hit the hardest when it comes to our children and our young people. So we need to be able to visualize this, we need to be able to show it, and it's very important to include and involve children and youth as much and wherever possible when new strategies are put together, so that you can hear from them themselves to avoid missing important elements. It's important to have everything included, but if you include the voice of our children and young people when you go through the result of public inquiries, for example, you're in a much better position. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of that round of rejoinders. Let's have the next rejoinder. That's Jonna Johaug from the Centre Group, please. You have 1 minute for your rejoinder, please.
Tack, fru president.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to ask whether you have spoken about social media and age limits in the UNR. Shouldn't you have strict age groups for social media, or what could that? Where could that be for the future? And what else can we do to ensure that social media do not take up all of our time? Thank you very much. Yes, age limits are something that we have discussed naturally, and there are many of us who are in favour of that. And we personally see that, I mean, there are age groups 13, 15 being mentioned, and this is protecting young children from things which actually lead to ill health at the end of the day. That is one path, naturally. But we also need to look at which platforms we're talking about. Where are they? What do they consume? What is the type of content we're talking about here? But we also need to signal that certain pictures or photographs or etc. that are not actually true to real life, that contribute to this poor image that people have or children have of themselves, that should be in some way labelled as well, and that's clear to the social media platforms that they have much stronger compliance as regards rules, and in that way contribute to a safer environment for children. Thank you. Now that's the end of that round of rejoinders, and the discussion is also ended there. So the Minister, you're welcome up if you would like to say anything about the debate, after the debate. So please, Anders Adlercreutz, please up. You're welcome to come up to the podium.
President.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and thank you for this debate. In many ways, I think it's fair to say that Nordic countries is the one place where we have good structures in place for children and youth. And the Nordic Council is a good place for an exchange of views and experiences. I mentioned the model we've put together for leisure time in Finland, and we've done this because we've learned from the examples of Norway and Iceland. We talk about the Norwegian and the Icelandic models. And there are countless such examples where one country comes up with an excellent solution and it spreads across the Nordic region, and then from there to the rest of the world. We talk a lot about hope. Hope in the future. And I'd like to emphasize our responsibility here. As politicians, what discussion do we have in society? What threats do we draw up? And how do we undermine or cope with building hope based on how we speak, how we control public debate? Work to combat climate change is not a threat. It's the climate change that is the threat. Work against, in favor of gender equality is not a threat to anyone, but non-equality is a threat to our societies, to our economies. Having a more diversified society in terms of gender, identity, sexual orientation, ethnic background is no threat either, but oppositions and polarization we build up around these issues. Now that's a threat to our society. So it's important for us as politicians not to create false polarizations. We need to try and combat the phenomena per se and find solutions, because that's the only way to strengthen the Nordic model, which after all is a success story in so many ways. It's also related to what the Youth Council representative raised, the rate of suicide, mental ill health. That has everything to do with how we perceive the future and the threats we tend to focus on and how real those threats are. Now, age limits on social media, this is something which is being studied at EU level, and different countries are trying to come up with various solutions. It's clearly a relevant issue in many countries. There are various restrictions for the use of mobile phones during school hours. This is part of the same discussion. You can talk about an addiction, you can talk about an unhealthy situation in Sweden. I think a survey showed that children use their mobile phones and sit in front of a screen over 6 hours per day outside of school hours, where you're not spending time with your children, where you're not doing any sports or hobbies, you're not reading a book. You're not working on all of those other elements and factors that we need more of. Social media is a major reason why we allocate our time in this manner. And I think we need to have a debate at European level, and it's about the service providers' responsibilities as well. Very much so, in fact. So whether or not we'll have a new strategy for children and youth in the Nordics, Finland would be in favor of that. It could be an idea to renew it. We could focus on it during the last phase of the work for Vision 2030, and we have the last few years of that vision. I experience that this is particularly relevant issue to the Nordics, because we have been doing very well. Thank you very much. And we will have no rejoinders here. Thank you to the Minister and to all those who've been involved in this debate. Now, can we put this, include it in the minutes? Yes.
Då går vi vidare med dagordningspunkt 15 och ärenden.
Now we're going to proceed with 15. The Committee for Welfare in the Nordic Region. And here we have two proposals from the committee, and I'd like to inform you that agenda item 15.2 contains a reservation, and we're going to be voting on these proposals as we conclude under this item. 15.1 first, a proposal from the Committee on the Elderly Care in the Nordics in the future. And I'm going to give the floor to the spokesperson for the committee, Eva Lind, first to present the committee proposals. You have 2 minutes, and it is possible to request a rejoinder. And remember that you request a rejoinder by pressing the rejoinder button where you are seated, and you will have a speaking time of 1 minute. Eva, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, the elderly who have built our countries, our Nordic countries, they deserve good care when they are at the end of their lives. And we need to do more to try to strengthen care for the elderly, but also work with preventative measures for the elderly. There's no country that has a perfect solution to this. All our countries have something that we can all learn from, that we can all benefit from, and as per usual, that we can have Nordic benefits from. And we may not forget also that there remains a great deal to be done when it comes to preventative measures for the health of the elderly. The pretty well-known research, which is ongoing here in the Nordic region, the finger study, which shows that if you, in fact, introduce preventative measures when it comes to training, both the body and soul, as it were, you can prevent dementia, for instance, and reduce it by up to 40%. So what we need to do is we need to strengthen our care for the elderly and also work with preventative measures. And in addition, we also need to remember that all the elderly are not exactly the same. Not all love to play the accordion. Not all want to have wear skirts. So we need to understand that when we get older, we all have different wishes and desires. And this is something that has united us in the Welfare Committee. What was originally a proposal from the Social Democratic Group has become a joint proposal for the entire Welfare Committee. It is extensive, and it means that we must take this question seriously. We must learn from each other. We need to continue retrieving knowledge from many different places in order to reinforce care and also the value of the lives of our elderly. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. No rejoinders requested. Next speaker is Lotta Jonsson Fornarve from Nordic Green Left. 2 minutes, and you may request a rejoinder.
Thank you, President. People in the Nordic countries live longer, they grow older, and that's a good thing. But at the same time, it requires of us a well-functioning and dignified care for the elderly. It's very good that there's now a strategy produced by the Committee for Welfare in the Nordic countries. When it comes to elderly care in the Nordic countries, it's a strategy that the committee has worked with over a long period of time, put a lot of work into, and agree entirely on. The outcome is a good one. It covers most of the important areas linked to elderly care, highlighting matters such as welfare technology, the importance of skilled and qualified staff in elderly care with good working conditions, the right to well-being, equal treatment, mental health, and the value of research and innovation, to mention but a few areas. We want to ensure that all those who live in the Nordics have access to elderly care which is secure and of good quality, accessible, adapted living conditions, good health care, adaptations in public transport, and the right to rich cultural and leisure time life. But it's not enough with paying lip service. We need resources. We see cutbacks. In Sweden, for example, we've witnessed how the privatization of elderly care often has led to a drop in quality, mainly by cutting back on the number of staff. In the Nordic Green Left, we feel that it is much better if society takes a holistic responsibility for elderly care to ensure transparency, development and quality. I recommend that we adopt this proposal. I think it can help to underline the importance of investing in a well-functioning, dignified elderly care in all the Nordic countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No rejoinders requested. So the next speak is Katarina Birna from the Centre Group, please, and you may request a rejoinder. Thank you very much, Madam President. The Nordic region shares a challenge in that we have our aging populations. 2040, the appreciation is that many of our people will be elderly, and it's wonderful that we all age better and are healthier longer. But we also know at the same time that the last few years or the last year may perhaps be a part of life where we need a lot of medication and a lot of care. Now, this, of course, is something that we need to adapt to as a society. We need to train staff. We need efficient solutions when it comes to care, healthcare, medical care. From my perspective, as someone from the Centre Party, I can also say that this worries me. How are we going to solve all these problems in our rural areas in particular? However, we will be working hard to get this to work, and that we can be healthy and active as we get older. Now, the Centre Group, we are positive to the proposal from the Welfare Committee that we need to draw up a strategy for the future, for the elderly care of the future in the Nordic region. So we're very pleased that we have this broad unity between party groups on this important subject. Thank you.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much for that. No one has requested a rejoinder. So next speaker, Annette Holberg Jonsson from the Conservative Group, please. 2 minutes. And you may request a rejoinder. Thank you.
Madam President, when we discussed elderly care in the future in the Nordic region, it's about dignity, safety, and freedom also when you grow older. We know that we're faced with an enormous demographic change. Many people live to an older age, but it brings a lot of issues. In Åland, people live to very old age, 83.6 years in average, women 86.2 in fact, and men 81.4. As many as 1/3 of women who passed away last year were 90 years of age or older. We need to perceive them as individuals rather than as a homogeneous group, because it spans 2 generations between a 65-year-old and a 105-year-old. We need to have environments to promote health and activity in higher ages, in older age, and encourage elderly people to stay in the labour market and continue to contribute. Because an elderly population, of course, brings challenges to our societies, but shouldn't we also be as age-friendly as we possibly can? If we want to put off the need for care and healthcare, we need to have more inclusive, health-promoting societies, a secure, safe place to live for an aging population would also benefit families with small children, women, children, and the disabled. It's important not just to talk about care and healthcare, it's about life, determining your everyday lives, living in your home for as long as you prefer, and that it's about participation, not dependence. We can learn a lot from each other in the Nordic countries, but we share challenges, skills, supply, the need for digital solutions that will work in everyday life, etc. Nordic cooperation can help us to find sustainable models, both financially and from a humane perspective. Let's use our shared strength to develop elderly care services, not only to save money, but to ensure that people have a chance to have a good life throughout their entire lives. It's not the system that should be at the core, it should be the people. Thank you.
Ordet för anförande går till...
Next, we have the representatives from the UNR. You have 2 minutes, please.
Kiitos, rouva presidentti.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I myself, I work within social care, healthcare, and I'm very pleased that the committee has highlighted the working conditions of relatives working and helping their relatives. We can't really, people who, they might be cynical with regard to their work, and this we can't accept. And this is also a sign, this is also a sign that people are burnt out. So who cares about those who are caring for others when it is at the cost of their own well-being? A healthy nurse, of course, can give much more to her patients. When it comes to activities, is more present in her work, not just what's obligatory, has time to listen more, tell stories, listen to the same stories day after day, as if you were listening to them for the very first time, and making everyday life more like a party. So this is so important to be able to have an impact on the lives of our elderly on a daily basis. So we need to work with those who work in the care sector, that they feel good in their everyday lives. Thank you.
Tack så mycket för det.
Thank you. No further speakers on the speakers list. So is that the end of the debate? Yes. That brings us to the next item, item 15.2, which is the member proposal with regard to a Nordic measure concerning equality and equal opportunities. So here we have, firstly, we have the spokesperson from the committee, that's Eva Lind, to tell us about this opinion, and then those who would like to issue reservations against this, they can then have their say later.
Jag måste erkänna att jag känner mig helt
I have to admit that I feel a little bit surprised. I had forgotten that I had the lead for this particular issue. I don't even know what I should be saying at this stage. I apologize. I'll have to get by, or otherwise I'll have to ask the assistance of someone else. I have so many points that I've prepared. Eva, why don't we let the speaker on behalf of the reservation to speak first, and you can perhaps request a rejoinder if you'd like to argue for another approach. Is that a possibility? Then I'd like to give the floor to Nordic Freedom representative Pia Sillanpää, who has a reservation to present. You have 2 minutes speaking time to present your stance, and it is possible, as I mentioned, to request a rejoinder.
Kiitos, arvoisa presidentti.
Thank you, President. Nordic Freedom is of the opinion that gender equality and equal opportunities are important issues. It's not about paying lip service. We also need to make sure that both girls and boys, men and women, are on an equal footing with equal opportunities in our societies. Men are still overrepresented in leadership positions, and there's also an overrepresentation in the lowest classes in society. Men also are in majority as culprits in cases of violence, but fathers at the same time also tend to lose custody of their children more often than mothers. In my home country and in other Nordic countries, I've been particularly worried about the fact that the rights of girls and women are not always respected, in particular for religious reasons. This is something that we see. Girls who are veiled at school, they cannot go to a local beach to swim in the summer on the same terms as boys from the same ethnic group. And we need to have the courage to talk about this. We want equal rights for all girls and boys in our countries. In Nordic Freedom, we want to work to promote gender equality and equal opportunities, but we want to emphasize that we need to consider everyone. Everyone should be included, girls, boys, men and women. And so therefore we feel that this proposal did not sufficiently well cover the views of men and boys, and therefore we've presented a reservation.
Då har
Eva Lind has requested a rejoinder. So please, the floor is yours. You have 1 minute. Thank you very much. I do apologize. I have had so many different proposals to discuss, and my brain shut off. Anyway, in the Welfare Committee, apart from Nordic Freedom, we have all supported this very good proposal from the M Group about a white paper, drawing up a white paper about equal opportunities and gender equality, because what we have said now is that what we are requesting and what we wish from the Minister, Council and Mrs. is that this white paper is produced so that we can look at the research. Is it based on the research, the existing research that is out there, and also the gender equality policy that we have, is that based on that? And that we need to look at this because we do see that gender equality is being challenged throughout the world and as well as in the Nordic region. So we need a basis from which to work. What is the situation like? What the statistics, what they tell us, what needs to be done, and what are real actions and policies to improve equality throughout the Nordic region. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. And because there's been some confusion, it doesn't matter because we are amongst friends. So if you want to request to make an address during this debate, you can do so as well. You just raise your card and you're given 2 minutes. And if you want to take a rejoinder, request a rejoinder, you get 1 minute. Now, Joachim Vigelius from the NF group has requested a rejoinder, but that is on Pia Silampa's address that rejoinder is requested. I'm not sure whether that was the point, or maybe it was Eva Lind, perhaps. Is the rejoinder requested vis-à-vis Eva Lind, or?
Just det.
That's right. Okay. We'll deal with that later, but first you can respond to Eva's question, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President. It is very important that all the work that we're doing in the future for gender equality and equal opportunities is based on research and actual facts. And in the previous debate this morning, we did also discuss the fact that if we look at statistics, for example, we see that boys and men also fare badly in our societies. And of course, this leads to violent behavior. And my view is, therefore, that if we wish to improve the situation of girls and women in our societies, it's a good idea to also think about doing it in such a way that our boys and men fare well in our societies, that that's a right that everybody has. Thank you. So NGV will not request a rejoinder here because that was not for their own group. So that's the end of this round of rejoinders. Thank you. Next speaker is Eva Bjordal from the Centre Group, please. So that's an address, 2 minutes, please. And you can request a rejoinder for 1 minute. So you can say more if you want to request a rejoinder.
Thank you very much. President, we've heard over the course of these few days various addresses by ministers for cooperation or for foreign affairs and the prime ministers about the importance of the Nordic region in the world today. It's been repeated over and over again that in many ways we can be strong in our influence, we can shape the development in the world, but of course also talk of how the world influences us. We've had a gender equality debate here during the morning session today, and it's become very clear to us who've been representing the Nordic Council in assemblies such as the SSV meetings and the UN, that there's a real interest amongst Nordic parliamentarians to bring us all together so that we can stand stronger together. But we've lacked a document, even if we internally in our organizational setup work together quite extensively. The Committee on Welfare in the Nordic region have worked with the Centre Group initiative. And we've sort of reshaped the various conclusions of the committee, and perhaps it's better to propose a white paper and that it's the Council of Ministers for practical reasons who would set up the final orientation. The situation in gender equality is poor. It's taking steps in the wrong direction. In Latvia, for example, most recently, where through incorrect information, Russia is trying to break down the views on human rights. For example, we see the Trump administration working actively to try and promote and close down the work of various UN agencies focusing on sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls. Should this happen, millions of girls and women and boys will suffer greatly, and many will in fact die as a result. So I would encourage you all to join us, approve this initiative. I understood that the gender equality ministers received this and welcomed it very positively last time.
No rejoinders requested. Next speaker, Lotta Jonsson Fornarve from the NGB group. Please, you have 2 minutes at your disposal, and it is possible to request a rejoinder. Thank you very much, Madam President. Nordic Green Left Group support the proposal about recommending the Nordic Council of Ministers to produce a Nordic white paper on gender equality, where the Nordic equality policy can be compiled and developed. Now, the Nordic countries have for many years been prominent in this area globally, even if, of course, there remains quite a lot to be done in this area before we are completely equal in our countries. Unfortunately, we see a backlash when it comes to the global work on gender equality today. In particular, we see within the SRHR area, sexual reproductive health and rights, where we see a substantial backlash, above all due to the American aid which has been withdrawn. This means that there's a lack of access to healthcare, mother healthcare, etc., and also there's a reduced protection against violence and sexual education and safe abortions. All this is a risk to women's rights globally and, of course, sets us back quite substantially. In this background, it's more important than ever that the Nordic countries join forces, take the leadership and reinforce work on gender equality and be a role model. And we can really benefit from a white paper, the one that's proposed here, which would be a compilation of work being carried out in the Nordic countries. This responds well with the writings, with the wording of the international strategy for the Nordics about striving for democracy, rule of law, equality, human rights. So this shall always be at the top of the international agenda. And to those who are reserving themselves with regard to this decision, gender equality is something that is good for both men and women and for the whole society. Everyone needs to be included, both men and women, boys and girls. However, we need to understand that in the Nordic region, even if we have come far when it comes to gender equality, we still live in societies where the male norm, male values govern, control, are leading. And this, of course, has a negative impact on both girls and women and boys and men. Lotta, I'm sorry, I did knock a bit too early. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry, that was my mistake, says the President. A rejoinder requested. So you can speak again, Lotta. Staffan Eklund from the NF Group. 1 minute, please.
Tack, fru talman.
Thank you, President. When I was a student, people came to the student corridor and wanted me to sign in a protest against higher rent rates. I thought it sounded good, but I wanted to make sure of what I was signing. And it also said that there could be no profit interest in this context. And I felt I didn't want to sign off on that. I didn't want to sign it. But the point I'm making here is that it can be a very good thing to focus on the crucial points and not include other elements that you would just like to include. I'm thinking about the Istanbul Convention, for example. It contains a number of extremely important points, but there is one wording where you have to have a gender perspective as a country. That's required if you are a signatory country. That's unnecessary, as I see it. Wouldn't it be better to try and resolve the significant problems that still are so frequent, rather than making sure that others share your same ideology? Are we a little bit overly restrictive? Could that be a problem? That's 1 minute. And the answer, Lotta. Thank you, Stefan Eklöf, for mentioning the important Istanbul Convention. The way I see it, it's a document which spans across all areas of gender equality, from a broad perspective to prevent violence against women, both in societies, in the labor market, in their homes, and everywhere. It raises a number of different perspectives on gender equality, and gender equality needs to be mainstreamed into all areas of society. So that's important, even if you need to focus particularly, for example, on violence against women for obvious reasons. But it's a good thing that the Istanbul Convention nevertheless has such a broad, holistic approach. The way I see it, we should defend it, fight for it, and I hope that Nordic Freedom will join that struggle because it's incredibly important, especially when you look at how it is now under threat, this convention. Thank you. Thank you. There was, in fact, one other rejoinder request. I don't see it, but Lotta Jonsson Fornaro, can you please remain? And we will give the floor to Joachim Vigelius from Nordic Freedom. You have 1 minute speaking time for your rejoinder to Jonsson Fornaro.
Kiitos, puhun suomea.
Thank you. I'll be speaking Finnish. Thank you, Madam President. And thank you to my Nordic colleagues within the NF group. We are reserving ourselves with regard to this proposal. One of the reasons was, in fact, that 13 central themes were highlighted that needed to be taken into account in the white paper. And of these 13 themes, half of them pertain to girls and women. Now, that's not a problem if the other half had to do with men and boys, but not one theme highlighted was specifically aimed at boys and men. However, half of them were aimed at girls and women. And men and boys are in a very marginalized situation here. It has to do with custody battles, it has to do with schools, social problems, violence. So I would have wished that at least one of these themes was aimed at men. Thank you very much for that question. Now, I didn't quite hear the beginning of your question with the translation, but I think I understand more or less what you're saying. Naturally, you have to take boys and men and their well-being and needs into account when it comes to gender equality. I said that. I mean, the whole of society benefit from gender equality and equal opportunities, all of us. However, we do live in a society where the masculine, men's norms and values still control us and govern. And we can see this, for example, pay. We're lagging behind women. Women, are responsible for families. Women work part-time, and you have female-dominated professions which have lower pay. And these are examples that show that we still live in unequal societies, and perhaps also that boys, they want to live up to a male masculinity which is not good, and we need to change it and improve it so that we do have a more equal view with regard to these matters. Thank you. Thank you. That was the end of that round of rejoinders. A further rejoinder has been requested. However, it needs to be requested during the address. So therefore, you have to wait until someone's in the podium speaking before you can request a rejoinder. So next, we have Charles Varsvik from the Social Democratic Group. You have 2 minutes, and a rejoinder may be requested.
President, jag ska vara kort.
Thank you, President. I'm going to be brief. This is a proposal for more knowledge. Knowledge is the key. It is never dangerous, or should at least not ever be dangerous. But, President, this morning has been a display of whataboutism. I haven't heard anyone say that men's and boys' rights aren't right. They've all said that they're important. They're not saying that they don't care. But I still get the impression that we're not including half of the population. It's wrong to do it this way. And the fact of the matter is that most leaders in the world are men. Women are much more marginalized and exposed. Gender equality is under threat. We need more knowledge. Knowledge is required to come to good conclusions and solutions that shows that we really care about that one half of all of us. Thank you. And we have no request for rejoinders to that address. Now the youth representative for a 2-minute address with the possibility to request a rejoinder.
Tak for.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to see all these items and themes to be included in the white paper. We have just had our own session where we had record many resolutions. So 53 all in all, and 33 of these were adopted. Now, as politicians, we don't lack in policies, but we also see that many of these themes that resonate with us directly, or they do resonate directly with us. But I'd like to discuss item 2 about rape and violence, and we're talking about criminalizing stalking and also lies and lack of consent. And see that the Danish government shares our view with regard to stealthing and is working to criminalize that action. Sexual relationships should be based on consent and a voluntary aspect, and so this needs to be permeated throughout. And, for example, bringing out a condom during a sexual act without getting consent, this is a violation, because in this situation, one party is not given the opportunity to make a proper decision with regard to the sexual act, and might lead to risks for many different things, for example, unwanted pregnancies, sexual transmitted disease, etc. And so we need to improve this in our Nordic countries. And if the rules of the game change with regard to consent, etc., then it is a violation. And then it is a violation. And so if the legislation is going to reflect the situation, I mean, use of condom, etc., or not, we cannot accept lies or manipulation. So we do hope that this is going to be included in the white paper, and that you take this on board when the work with the white paper starts proper. Thank you very much. And we have no further speakers for this debate. So is that the end of this debate? Yes. Which brings us then to item 15.3, which is the vote. So firstly, we need to vote about the first proposal, i.e. item 15.1, which is the care for the elderly of the future in the Nordic region. Now, those members that wish to vote in favour, yes, they press the green button. Those who wish to vote no or against, they press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, you press the yellow button. Are we all ready to vote? Comment off mic. Comments off mic. So this is 15.3, but what we're voting pertains to 15.1. Okay? So, once again then, if you wish to vote yes, green, no, red, abstain, yellow, please press the buttons.
Är alla klara med sin röstning? Svaret är...
Everyone done? Yes. So, 63 in favour, and no one has voted no, and nobody has abstained. So therefore, this proposal is adopted. Next, then, we have the second proposal, 15.2, item 15.2, which is the opinion on the member proposal with regard to actions with regard to gender equality and equal opportunities. There's a reservation there. So if you wish to support this proposal, you press green. If you support the reservation, you press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, you press the yellow button. Are you ready to vote? Yes. So please vote. Has everybody voted? Yes. Now that's the end of the vote. 50 have voted in favour, 13 against, and 1 has abstained, which means that we have adopted the opinion. Thank you.
Och därmed är hela punkten 15 också avslutad. Tack så mycket för det. Och då ska vi... Bra jobbat. Då ska vi byta...
Well done. That's the end of item 15, which means that we're going to change seats here up on the podium.
No niin, jatketaan tuota.
Right, let's continue then. Now, item 13, 16, I think, says the interpreter. So let's continue with the Presidium proposal and 3 opinions. And here we have a vote as well at the end, as per usual. Now, the first one is 16.1, which is the membership proposal, Nordic cooperation within the EU. And so I'll give the floor first to the spokesperson for the Presidium. That's Joni, also from the Center Group.
Vi I mittengruppen har lagt fram det här förslaget.
Thank you, President. This is a proposal from the Center Group on a collaboration between the Nordic countries because we feel that this collaboration would benefit from us coordinating better at EU level. And this is something that we still support. But at the same time, I want to stress that we feel that the Presidium has dealt with this issue in a good manner. They say it's positive that we work together, the Nordic countries at EU level, and also highlighted the fact that this would pose high stringent requirements on Nordic governments and also our parliaments when it comes to coordinating the countries more broadly. As a follow-up, therefore, we decided in the Presidium to instead ask the governments a question in writing to better understand how the cooperation between the Nordic countries work. And based on that, we have decided not to continue with this proposal, and we, the Centre Group, we support that decision.
Thank you very much. No one has requested a rejoinder. Olan Presiangras, you have 2 minutes, please, from the Centre Group. Thank you, Mr. President. In the Centre Group, we are pretty surprised over how negative the rest of the Council are, apart from us, the Centre Group. And the view with regard to Nordic EU cooperation. The fact that Iceland and Norway are outside the EU is constantly used as an argument against or that nothing about the EU should be taking place within the Nordic Council. Now, news for you all. The EU cooperation is already ongoing within the Nordic Council, whether we like it or not. Iceland and Norway are part of most of the EU legislation, or covered by most of the EU legislation, despite the fact that they are not as yet formal members. All Nordic countries apply EU jurisdiction, and we coordinate between each other as well, which leads to new problems and obstacles with regard to the freedom of movement within the Nordic region. I really hope for real, that the Nordic Council will now stop thinking about the EU and the Nordic Council as two totally separate entities. The Nordic Council is not a replacement, as it were, for EU cooperation, and the EU is not a replacement either for Nordic cooperation. These are two international forms of cooperation that are ongoing in parallel, and there are many, many important questions discussed within the EU, whether Nordics should cooperate, coordinate their efforts in order to become and to achieve the goal of becoming the most integrated region by 2030. And I really hope that the Centre Group's next proposal with regard to improved Nordic EU cooperation will be received with greater enthusiasm. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta. Ei repliikkejä. Seuraavana.
Thank you. There are no requests for rejoinders, so we continue with the next speaker. 2 minutes.
Tack, President.
Thank you, President. In this room, we're all strong proponents of Nordic cooperation, but we all know that the executive scope of this cooperation is limited. Instead, concrete laws have to go through national parliaments, and then we also have the EU and the EEA level. And that is why it is so important that we in the Nordics are active also at a European level, because European harmonization should not lead to new border obstacles in the Nordics. There are two strengths with Nordic cooperation within the EU, and the first one is proactive, and we're not that good when it comes to having an impact on legislative proposals before they are presented by the EU Commission, for example, through a political dialogue between national parliaments and the Commission, and then also implementations. One example being the waste regulation, where we've been discussing this in Sweden and Finland, what is allowed and not when it comes to what you do on your own plots, for example. And for all of us, it's also of particular importance with questions having to do with youth, Erasmus in different countries, for example, and higher education and consumer rights. Thank you.
Tästäkin puheenvuorosta nyt näyttää, että puhujalistalla ei ole enää nimiä, joten...
Thank you. I don't think there are any more speakers, which means that we end that debate and continue with 16.2, where we have a report on member proposal on Nordic countries acting based on what we hear from the International Court. And here we also have a reservation. But first we begin with the spokesperson for the Presidium, Ann-Christine from Nordic Freedom.
Onko meillä puheenvuoroa? Näin.
Had you taken the requested the floor?
Jos,
Just give it to the next.
jos näin on, että tähän ei ole esittelyä, niin sitten...
Now, if no one is a spokesman here, we'll just have the reservation instead. Representative Heini Hoidal, please, 2 minutes.
Herr President.
Mr. President, now the NGV group have proposed, which we believe is in line with the Nordic idea of our values, Nordic values, that the Nordic Council should make a decision to say that we support in all ways the International Court and its measures and actions taken against Israel, and South Africa's work also at the International Court, and that the International Court should receive all the funds or means available to analyze and to look at the crimes that are being committed in Palestine. And you know this, which is why we have reserved ourselves in this matter. but we haven't been supported by the President. We're wondering about the intentions of the Presidium, actually, because the President says on the one hand that this is not something that is sort of belongs to the Nordic Council. Now, and I think we should need to think twice when you say that, because we have, in fact, discussed many issues like this where we should, in fact, discuss foreign political issues, policy issues, and here we can see, I mean, and we've also, taken stances when it comes to violations of the rule of law in Ukraine, for example. So, I mean, I think that we need to think twice, the Presidium, because if we can't, discuss genocide in this way here, I think that the Nordic Council is then sort of going against everything else that we're always fighting against or for. So we're wondering actually about the position of the Presidium. We think that the Presidium should think twice and support the proposal because it has to do with our Nordic values and about all the support given by the Nordic governments to support the Palestinians. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta. Repliikkipuheenvuoro.
Thank you. No more requests for rejoinders. And we continue with the next speaker. 2 minutes.
President, ärade medlemmar. I en tid
President, members, we see a lot of political debate, but it is important that we stick to our principles and a balance, and we should support this on genocide. This is something that is politically motivated, and it is about being able to protect a country's population. And the claim of genocide has to be taken seriously, and we cannot just shy away from it politically. And this is something that should be dealt with by the International Criminal Court. It doesn't belong in a political fora, but the ICC should be given the resources that they need. However, it is important that we do not come to conclusions prematurely. But there has to be evidence. We cannot conclude if someone is guilty through political pressure. And of course, we can support a two-state solution, but we cannot do things that will not contribute to peace. And we see unclear territorial borders, for example, and we have to find a holistic solution to this, and there cannot be proposals that do not have any practical solutions. We should support democracy and diplomacy. Thank you.
Vi har replik.
A rejoinder has been requested. Heini Hödahl. Mr. President, well, of course, we can disagree on political issues, different political matters, but this proposal, I mean, isn't taking a stance. It's just supporting the ICC and the rule of law and the international law, and allowing them to decide these things. So that's what we are supporting. And the second aspect is asking about, I mean, whether we can't we discuss these things in the Nordic Council, that aspect? But you're saying that we can't, and that we aren't allowed to deal with it, that we can't deal with these in the Nordic Council. I think this is a matter of principle, I would say. So I'm just wondering whether you're against this, us discussing these in the Nordic Council. But we discuss Ukraine, for example, and support the ICC and their actions against Putin. Fine. I mean, either we I mean, if we don't, then we're saying consistently that we do not support Nordic values and international law.
At det folkelige, private, civile liv skal...
Well, of course, we do not see civilian lives being lost. No one wants to see that. But we now have a peace and conciliation process that is underway. And we can condemn one or another party, yes. But I feel that the Nordics should take a position where we show that we want to see peace, and we have to work together with the rest of the world.
Kiitos tästä. Seuraava repliikki Oda Ingard, ja hänen jälkeensä voi valmistautua.
And we have Ola Ingvad and then Hege Nygaard asking for rejoinders.
Ingen replik. Nej. Hege B. Nyholt, olkaa hyvä.
Jag beklagar, president.
Sorry, Mr. President, perhaps I pressed the wrong button. I'm not quite into the system, the Nordic Council system. Anyway, there was a sentence there about talking about what's happening in Gaza and Palestine as if it's a conflict, quoting the quoting, we can't talk about two parties anymore. We're talking about oppression and violations, and saying that we need proof. I think we have the proof. We have the proof in the newspapers, in social media. We have it from many different organizations, a whole series, and representing a country which has actually taken a clear stance when it comes to the oppression of the Palestinians in Gaza. And we're with our tradition of democracy and international law. This is something that we support, which means that we also have to discuss this matter in the Nordic Council, don't we? But our foreign minister, on behalf of the Norwegian population, has made a stance, that's true, with regard to this, and we support that. I mean, but our role is to take us such a strong stance as he has done. But Israel has perhaps gone a bit far, but they have the right to defend their existence. Yes. And so, I mean, really, I mean, what about our peace negotiating role, for example, mediating role, etc.? What about that?
Kiitos. Ja sitten...
Thank you very much. Now, Ann-Christine From, who is the speaker, and she can present the proposal. No further rejoinders, no.
Ja tässä välissä vielä sanon, että puhujalista on nyt valitettavasti suljettu
And we close the speakers list, so you cannot request the floor on this agenda item because of the time.
Tack så mycket, herr ordförande.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Honored members of the Nordic Council. I'm the spokesperson. I speak on behalf of the Presidium, and I'll be brief. The Presidium is of the opinion that the Nordic Council is not the right forum for such a proposal, that the Nordic countries should act based on the International Court. We feel that this is a question that belongs with the different countries. and for their foreign policy. But of course, we're all of us deeply troubled when it comes to the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The recommendation of the Nordic Council 21/2015 to the Nordic governments from 2015 and also the Presidium opinion from April 2025, they remain. Thank you.
Tästä och replik.
Thank you. Oda Ingner has requested a rejoinder. 1 minute, please.
President Nordista.
I would like to support the centre group and also agree with what the Presidium has explained here. In the same way as we must, tell family and friends when they're not treating you well, we also have to tell our allies when they are doing the same. And so I'd like to point out that this resolution is a support to laws that we have, in fact, struggled hard for in the Nordic Council. Small countries small democracies in the Nordic region is so important that we always fight for the vulnerable in the world. The politics, making this debate more political is not suitable.
Tack så mycket ordförande och tack så mycket.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. And just as has been said, we shouldn't make this more political here in the Nordic Council, but we have a position, and that is that we should not continue with this member proposal. That is our recommendation. Thank you.
Kiitos. Ja nytten listalla ei ole enää.
Thank you. No further people have requested the floor, which means that we can... No, sorry. I'm sorry. Jelana Ortason, please.
Tack för det, president. Och jag pratar då för, som ni hörde.
So I'm speaking for a majority of the centre group, not the whole centre group. But it's the Presidium's view on this matter. And yesterday, there was I got a posting on Facebook because it was 7 years since I attended my first session in the Nordic Council. We were in Oslo. It was 2018 was the year, and my first address in this context was on something that they discussed on new members. So we went through all the new member proposals before they then were dealt with in the different committees. And what struck me in that debate, which meant that I had to take the floor, why on earth is this issue being discussed here within the Nordic Council? And then when I entered the Nordic Council, my view was that the Nordic Council, where you work with Nordic benefits or working for doing away with obstacles. And then, just as now, there were proposals from the NGV group where they wanted to press their ideology, which was more important than understanding why the Nordic Council exists. And that's why the majority support the Presidium's view, because this is something that doesn't belong to is not a matter that needs to be discussed or should be discussed within the Nordic Council. Thank you.
Repliikkipuheenvuoro Höni Höjdal. Ja sen verran tässä välissä.
Höni Höjdal has requested a rejoinder, and now we want to complete item 16. 1 minute, please.
Ja, herr president.
President, this is correct. That, we've been discussing these international issues for a long time, and we have to remain consistent. Nordic cooperation should also include Nordic values, and I do think that we have a consensus there. We have seen that when we discuss the Helsinki Treaty and also when discussing foreign policy and its impact in the Nordics. And that is something we feel in the Centre Group that it should be discussed. But now, considering what is happening in the world and in Palestine, we cannot work with double standards. We say that we should support Ukraine, and act against Putin. But we're not doing the same when it comes to the Palestine people.
Tack, herr president. Jag blir jätteglad när jag hör en från Nordisk grön vänster.
Well, thank you. To hear someone from the Nordic Green Left to talk about values, that is great. That is exactly what we should be doing. But you're not mentioning Hamas at all and what they do. You're just talking about one party, and then we start to enter into politics again. And this is something that we should not deal with. It's an issue that doesn't belong with the Nordic Council.
Rebecca Lemoine ja valmistautuu Veronika.
Rebecca de Lemoine and Veronica Almisa have requested rejoinders. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, what is then a benefit for the Nordics? What is it that can be encapsulated there that's only for our member countries and only within our national borders? When it comes to human rights and international law, there are no borders. There is a matter of solidarity with people, with children, and that is a global solidarity, which is why it's so painfully double standards when here in this constellation we can show our support for Ukraine, but not for Palestine. And the arguments here that you're saying that this isn't something that we can support here, I think actually shows you more clearly why we need to be against this. This isn't going to cost any resources. There's no authority that's going to be set up. This is just demonstrating your solidarity in a time when we really need to do so. Thank you very much. Thank you. You and I, we often discuss things against each other on different matters. And yes, of course, human rights and solidarity, yes, they are very important. I agree with you. However, Rebecca Lemon, when it comes to this issue, we have individual governments in each country who have their own foreign policies, and they do this very clearly. And here in the Nordic Council, we work with issues which help the Nordic citizens so they become more integrated so that they can achieve the Prime Minister's vision of becoming the most sustainable integrated region by 2030. That's our vision, and that's what we have to work with. Yesterday we adopted a free mobility decision which has to do with achieving that. That's what is our task here in the Nordic Council. All the other questions, that is up to each national parliament.
Kiitos. Ja sitten Veronika Honkasalo, viimeinen repliikki.
And Honkasalan, last rejoinder, Nordic Green Left.
Jag ska tala på finska.
It will be in Finnish. What we've heard during this week is that we've heard about the Nordic prime ministers stressing the fact that we have a rules-based world order that we have to respect. We have to respect international law. We have discussed with politicians. We've shared the Zelensky position. And what have you told these individuals that have talked on those topics? Have you then said that this is for individual countries and that we should not discuss Ukraine? No, you haven't. But then, for whatever reason, when it comes to Palestine and solidarity and the respect of human values in Palestine, then you say the opposite. This is about international law and that being respected, and that this is a basic fundamental value we have in the Nordic Council. Thank you, and thank you for this question. Well, the rules-based world order is immensely important, and we have organizations that are to guide that rules-based world order, and it's immensely important with them as well, international courts, etc. Of course, we have to have those, and they should also be able to do what they're supposed to do without any undue influence. But then, when it comes to decisions that have been made and visits that we have had from various dignitaries, well, it is the Presidium that actually invited these individuals, and that is completely different from a single member presenting a member proposal. Those are two different things.
Kiitos tästä keskustelusta ja nyt voimme katsoa.
Thank you very much for this debate. No further names on the speakers list. So therefore, can we say that the debate has come to an end? Yes, it's concluded. Thank you. Which brings us to the next item, 16.3, which is the Presidium proposal with regard to the amendments of the Rules of Procedure of the Nordic Council. And here we have the spokesman from the Presidium, Henrik Möller. 2 minutes, please. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Today is a really good day. Today is the day where we are going to take a historic step towards a more inclusive and a more modern, up-to-date cooperation with this amendment that we're discussing with regard to the rules of procedure, making that the Faroe Islands, Greenland and Åland will be given a permanent seat in the Presidium and our sessions, which means that these countries going forward can participate in an equal footing with us with regard to shaping our cooperation. It's important to underline that this is not just about amendments in a paragraph in rules of procedure. No, it's about taking responsibility, a joint responsibility to developing our cooperation so that it reflects the Nordic region that we are today, a Nordic region which is characterized by respect and shared responsibility. And we had a working group given the task of finding a solution to this challenge. And let me just say thank you to the colleagues that participated there. There was a strong will to find a solution and to make progress here when it comes to Nordic cooperation. So thank you very much for that hard work. I also think that our cooperation generally is good within the Nordic Council. I think that it's characterized by mutual respect, and this is reflected in the decisions. And now we're making a decision that we can make while we're waiting for an update of the Helsinki Treaty. And this is even more important. What organization that we have, I mean, where would we be if we within the organization could not find a good solution to this? We need to put pressure on the individual countries to find a solution. I think that we have really got good pressure. And so we're talking about renewal. And here we're showing that we can also carry this out. So today is, as I said, a good day.
Thank you. No rejoinder has been requested. And we continue with the speakers list, and Liz Matson from the Centre Group. 2 minutes, please. Madam President, honored Nordic participants, Åland truly values the Nordic cooperation in a time when trust and common solutions, well, they're needed more than ever. And here we have a cooperation that is a cornerstone for safety, security, and development in the Nordics. And the proposal that all 8 countries should be guaranteed a place in the Nordic Council Presidium. This is very important for a more representative and inclusive cooperation. We have the entire Nordic family given a voice and visibility. With such a guaranteed representation for the autonomous countries, that will strengthen democracy, legitimacy, and transparency in the work that we do together. And it is gratifying that this step is taken. We give it strong support from the Centre Group. This reflects the respect we have for our Nordic cooperation. And this is an amendment that is progressive and pragmatic. It shows that the Nordic Council can act proactively. And this is also good, thinking about a future revision of the Helsinki Agreement. Through this decision, we can contribute to the strategic work. And we will continue to contribute to a strong, inclusive, future-oriented Nordic cooperation with a vision that we want it to become the most sustainable integrated region in the world. Thank you.
Ingen repliker. Seuraavana Annette Holmberg.
No rejoinders. Next we have Annette Holmberg Jansson. 2 minutes, please. Mr. President, this is a good day today. This decision really shows that we are taking an important step forward for Nordic cooperation by amending the rules of procedure, sections 22 and 65. We can ensure that Åland, the Faroe Islands and Greenland receive one permanent seat in the Presidium each. So we're increasing the number of members from 15 to 18. And for the first time ever, all 8 countries in the Nordic region are represented in the top leadership of the organization. I have had the privilege of participating in the working group that has been working on this matter. And let me emphasize how constructive that work has been, looking forward as well. So it's very pleasing that the proposal that we have agreed on are the basis for today's decision. This is not just about structure. This is about recognition. It's about inclusion. And these autonomous countries and their voices now become a self-evident part of the decision-making within the Nordic Council. It's also enormous symbolic value. Greenland had chosen not to participate in this session due to because it's taken so long to revise the Helsinki Treaty. And now we are showing that the Nordic Council, within the framework of our own work, we actually do take action. So we're taking a step towards a more representative, equal and credible Nordic form of cooperation, where we can all feel that we are both seen and heard. This decision shows that we can put words into practice and that the Nordic form of cooperation is growing in breadth and depth when all our voices can be heard. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä. Ja sitten seuraavana
Thank you. And then Högni Höjdal.
Ja, herr president. Landet här i väl ska vara.
Thank you, President. Things that are to be done properly, they will take a long time. And that, I guess, is what we see here when it comes to the equality of the Faroe Islands. It is 50 years since we, for the first time, applied to become members of this Nordic cooperation. And we have tried repeatedly, but we're not there yet. However, we see small steps being taken. And Greenland and Åland, they have also, of course, participated in these efforts. And perhaps when it comes to our access to Nordic cooperation, that, well, we take 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But now we have a step moving forward, and we say thank you to the Presidium for this amendment in the Rules of Procedure. And this is based on a proposal from the Faroe delegation, and we say thank you. And we also think that this is a signal when it comes to our application and the wish to revise the Helsinki Treaty. We hope that that will have a positive outcome as well. And the Faroe Islands, well, it's not about the Faroe Islands or Greenland specifically. It is about our wish to partake in taking responsibility. It's about democracy, equality, and also cultural diversity. And I would like to say that if this is not successful, then, well, we'll have to find another strategy similar to what the Danes have said in the EU. Thank you.
Ei repliikkejä. Johan Dahl, olkaa hyvä, 2 minuuttia.
No requests for rejoinders. Johan Dahl, 2 minutes.
Fru President.
Mr. President, friends, Nordic Council, I would just like to remind you on behalf of the Faroe Islands about how grateful we are for this positive treatment of our proposal and the positive attitude of the Presidium as well, so that all 8 countries in the region can have a permanent seat on the Presidium. For us on the Faroe Islands, as people in Åland and Greenland, it's not just about a formal matter, it's about respect, it's about equality and equal treatment and being represented and being present where decisions are made. That's why this is something that's going to reinforce Nordic cooperation as a whole, and also want to take into account the balance of all the different party groups. But what's important here is that the Presidium supports these reforms and our proposals and initiatives so that we can work and to ensure that we'll be able to do this in a good manner, a sustainable manner. But now it's good that we are regarded as these autonomous governments or countries are regarded on an equal footing. So thank you very much. Thank you to the Presidium, to the working group, and to all colleagues who have contributed to taking us to this point. This is good for Nordic cooperation, and for us, who are 100% Nordics, it feels both right and the correct thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Bryndis Haralds, Dr. So, and Marianne Astrid Jensen can be prepared.
President, jag talar på isländsk.
It will be in Icelandic.
Byrja á því að þakka Svíum.
I would like to start by saying thank you to Sweden for an excellent session. And thank you also to the Presidency. This is something that is historic. We're here at the 77th session, and we're discussing changes to the rules of procedure. And this reflects the values and the wish also to revise the Helsinki Treaty, so that we can make sure that will be 8 countries participating. And I would like to encourage everyone to continue. And I think that what we've heard from the ministers yesterday, that is also very positive, where we are now hoping that we'll get a result. And we have had a working group, and I believe that many of those who are in here today, you have also participated in that working group. And we've both genders represented, people from all our different countries. And this is something that is important for the future of the Nordic Council. We have to ensure that we're actually 8 countries in the Nordic Council. And we also have to ensure that we have diversity, young people, etc. So I encourage everyone to continue this work. And also to make sure that the ministers continue. And the next speaker.
Nuorten Pohjoismaiden neuvosto. 2 minuuttia, olkaa hyvä.
2 minutes, please. Now, there's a historical day and a possibility that has finally come for us, us three countries. It's no secret that we have been struggling to be a member of the Presidium for a long time, but now we have been clear. But on behalf of Greenland, we would like to say thank you for allowing us to take a permanent seat in the Presidium. We believe this is a path to putting us on an equal footing And we want full membership and a seat, permanent seat on the Presidium doesn't mean to say that we're going to withdraw that proposal that we want to become more accepted and on an equal footing fully. And so the work on this with the working group, I participated in the working group and it took us 10 months working with this, and we delivered our report to the Council of Ministers, and now the Council of Ministers has been working with that for over a year, and now they're saying it's not going to be completed until next year. So I'm a bit surprised that it takes, and disappointed that it takes such a long time, because equality is, of course, our desire here, of being on an equal footing, and equality is important for us in the Nordic region. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Oikein paljon kiitoksia tästä puheenvuorosta.
Thank you. Thank you for that address. Then the Youth Council, 2 minutes.
Tack så mycket då, herr president.
Thank you, President. The Nordic cooperation is based on respect, and it is also based on work where everyone contributes and where we respect each other. But how can this be possible? And how to ensure that we do things in the best possible way if we do not have the 8 countries on an equal footing? We're very positive to this amendment. The youth representatives from the Faroe Islands, from Åland and from Greenland, we have requested this for many, many years, and this is also something that we have voted on during our youth councils. We have had resolutions, and we see new resolutions every year, and this is a reminder that this is something that is still topical. And this is now a huge victory for all young representatives who have worked in this direction. We have 8 countries in the Nordic cooperation, and this is a big step in the right direction. And now we have to see that this is reflected also in practice. This is not a journey that is finished, however. Now it's about the Helsinki Treaty. And before I leave my position, I want to say that we have to continue to work every day to strengthen Nordic cooperation. And a step like this one contributes to such work, and I hope that we'll be able to take many such important steps also in the future. Thank you. And, well, I will be following what you do remotely in the future. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta oikein paljon. Nyt voidaan katsoa, että puheenvuoropyyntöjä.
Thank you. We have no more requests to speak, which means that we can conclude this agenda item, and we will continue with agenda item 16 after the lunch break at 12:30. And let me remind you that we also have an event about the Nordic benefit and what we can contribute with. But now lunch, and we continue at 12:30.
takaisin. Joo, tervetuloa takaisin. Hieman lyhennetty.
Welcome back after a somewhat shortened lunch break. We're now going to continue and deal with 16.4. And then after that, we have a vote. But now it's the consideration of delegation proposal to amend the Nordic Council's rules of procedure. And here I would like to hand over to Henrik Möller from the Presidium. 2 minutes. Well, thank you. I'll actually be very brief. I just want to say that in what we're talking about now is that, well, we're talking about a topic that we've been discussing for many, many years. And I would like to say thank you to the Faroe Islands, Greenland and Åland for very constructive dialogue. And what this is about, it's about having a shared understanding of what this work that we do together is to be all about. And the proposal that we have from the Presidium, as a matter of fact, makes this proposal redundant, which is very positive.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta. Ei ole
Thank you for that presentation. There are no requests for rejoinders, and this means that we can conclude under this item, and we will proceed with the vote. We have dealt with all the matters from the Presidium. We will vote. We have one proposal and we have 3 proposals that we will deal with. First, we will vote on 16.1, the members' proposal on Nordic cooperation in the EU. All those in favor will press the green button. Those who are against, press the red button. And if you would like to abstain from voting, press the yellow button. Have you all understood? Can we proceed with the vote? The vote is open. Please vote now. Has everyone voted? That appears to be the case. The vote is closed. 57 in favor, 0 against, and no abstentions. So this means that the proposal has been adopted. And now we have the proposal on whether the Nordic countries should act according to the International Court. Here we also have a reservation. All those in favor, press green. Those against, i.e. in favor of the reservation, press red. And if you'd like to abstain, you press the yellow button to abstain. Are you all ready for the vote? The vote is open. Please vote now.
Ovatko kaikki saaneet äänestää?
Has everyone voted? Yes. 47 votes in favor of this proposal, 10 in favor of the reservation, and 1 abstention. And so the proposal is adopted. Moving on to the Presidium proposal to amend the Nordic Council's rules of procedure. All those in favor of the Presidium proposal, press green if you're in favor. All those who are against, you press the red button. And if you'd like to abstain, you press yellow. Is anyone ready to vote? The vote is open.
Ovatko kaikki saaneet äänestää?
Has everyone voted? Thank you. 61 in favor of this proposal. No votes against. And no abstentions. The Presidium proposal has therefore been adopted.
Nämä aplodit otamme mielellään vastaan. Kiitos tästä.
Thank you. We're very happy with that round of applause. Thank you very much. And now we vote on the delegation proposal for amendment to the rules of procedure. All members in favor of this, you press green. If you're against, you press red. And if you'd like to abstain, you press the yellow button. Can we proceed with the vote? The vote is open.
Ovatko kaikki saaneet äänestää? Vielä tuli.
Has everyone voted? There was one more vote registered. 61 votes in favor of this proposal, no votes against, and no abstentions. And this means that the report has been adopted. Thank you very much. Thank you to you all. And that concludes the work under agenda item 16. Moving on to item 17. We continue with a sustainable Nordic region. We have one proposal, one report, and we will also conclude by voting. Under 17, we have the consideration of members' proposal on polar fuel for a prosperous Arctic. And I give the floor to the committee spokesperson, Rebecca Lemoine, from the Centre Group, to present this proposal. You have 2 minutes.
Tack, herr president.
Thank you, President, and thank you, all friends of the Nordics. The climate crisis is here and now. It impacts the entire world and also the Nordics, and in particular the Arctic. And there we see that there are 37% more vessels that move through the Arctic between 2013 and 2023. This leads to more emissions and also more emissions of so-called black carbon. Black carbon is considered to have a climate impact that is 3,000 times what we get from carbon dioxide. And this is something we see in investigations that have been done into international maritime transport. Black carbon are particularly dangerous because they end up on the surface of ice, and that means that has an impact on the so-called albedo effect, the amount of sun rays that can be reflected. And they are white, they reflect more. That means that, well, the darker the surface, the less of a reflection. Our proposal is that the Nordic collaboration should now push for transition to cleaner fuels, so-called polar fuels, for vessels that traffic this region. And that would mean that we would have much fewer emissions of black carbon. And here the Nordic countries need to act together through common commitments, and we also need to work together at an international arena, also in the IMO. And we feel that the Nordic Council should recommend the Nordic Council of Ministers to be active within the IMO and also includes polar fuels in the MARPOL Convention, and make sure that we use those fuels to a greater extent for vessels that sail the Arctic and Nordic waters. Thank you.
Kiitos. Ei repliikkejä, joten mennään.
Thank you. No requests for rejoinder, so we will proceed with the next speaker on the speakers list. Åsa Karlsson, 2 minutes.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you, President. The Arctic is warming up more rapidly than the rest of the world, and when the ices melt, new routes open up. And with that follows a growing interest in shipping through these sensitive waters. But for each of the vessels passing through, they leave behind black carbon, which makes the ice melt even more rapidly. We need to break this vicious circle. As Social Democrats, we insist that climate policy must be combined with responsibility, cooperation, and justice, equity. And that goes for the North as well. We have a particular responsibility for the ecosystems and the animals that live there. So we want the Nordics to work towards the IMO to include so-called polar fuels in the MARPOL Convention. Since they are more highly refined, they reduce the emissions dramatically of black carbon particles, and it is possible to also use more modern guidance principles. But it's not just about technology, it's about leadership. Over 15 years we've had requirements for clean fuels on land. Now we need to take the same route at sea. We can show that we will move first, and that we don't put short-term profit over long-term sustainability by requiring cleaner fuels for maritime vessels. We protect our ecosystems, and we strengthen the Nordic voice in climate work globally. This is how we ensure that we have a sustainable Arctic region and a Nordic region. So I recommend that we adopt the committee's proposal. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta. Ingen repliikki.
Thank you. And we have Halla Harund-Lovedottir from the Centre Group being the next speaker. 2 minutes.
Jag ska tala på isländsk.
And it will be an Icelandic, says the speaker. President, the Centre Group supports this proposal. Considering the global warming, ice will be melting, and therefore it will also be possible for vessels to use this route to Europe. And then these particles, they are problem, and it might seem to be a small problem, but it is something that has an impact on global warming and the melting of the ice. And it's also something that greatly impacts the ecological systems in the Arctic region. And that is why we feel that in the Nordic collaboration, we need to make sure that vessels switch to a cleaner fuel so that we will not have this impact. And that is something that we have been discussing in the Sustainability Committee. This is something that could greatly have an effect when more and more vessels will be traveling this route through the Arctic region. We feel that it's important that we push for this in the Nordics, but even more so, perhaps, that we make sure that we speak with a common voice internationally, because that is where we can have much more of a say. And the IMO has also been discussing this. However, we need to push for a decision, that they take a decision so that we get cleaner fuels used in this region, so that that can contribute to more positive development in the Arctic region. And that would also help the nature, and it would be good for our economies. Thank you.
Juho Eerola, repliikkipuheenvuoro. 1 minuutti, olkaa hyvä. Vapaa Pohjola ryhmästä.
And one rejoinder from Nordic Freedom.
Kiitos arvoisa puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, President. Well, I had the great honor of being a member of the Committee for a Sustainable Nordic Region for 1 year, and then new challenges and tasks came about. I changed position, and I'm not opposed to this proposal, but I do want to mention one concern. And perhaps you could look at this further in the committee. I read only this week, in fact, about research concerning the climate. The warming of the climate is making the Arctic ice melt, and so the sea level is rising and new areas open up for shipping. And so the Gulf Stream that used to heat the Nordic region will become slower and will gradually cease to move. And so this will have a chilling effect on the climate. And then the development in terms of the climate crisis will take on completely new challenges. Is this something the committee has considered?
Já, ég þakka fyrir þessa spurningu. Í fyrsta lagi...
Yes. We have discussed this. For example, when the Greenland ice melts, this raises the sea level. However, the ice at sea melting doesn't mean any changes. Whether this has been discussed in the committee, well, we haven't discussed it specifically, but it is correct that changes to the Gulf Stream could have an impact. And it would be reasonable, just as you suggest, I believe, that we have a look at this in the Nordic Council. On the one hand, of course, if there are changes and a cooling rather than a warming up of the Arctic, on the other hand, this will also have an impact. And perhaps we could look at this through the Nordic Council level.
Takaisin puhujalistan.
Thank you. We'll go back to the speakers list because there is no more request for rejoinder. And we continue with Speaker Jensen.
Vi fra det nordiske grønne venstre rigtig glade for.
Well, we in Nordic Green Left, we're really positive to this proposal to make sure that we use more polar fuel. This is about the Arctic region, and in Greenland one notices climate change with the ice melting faster and faster. Summers becoming longer and longer, and the temperatures get warmer and warmer in Greenland. And this is something that is actually quite disastrous for our catchers and fishers. And they have to be able to support their families, and it is, as a matter of fact, the primary income that we have in Greenland, that we sell fish. And this, however, is not just a problem for the Arctic region. Climate change is a global problem. We know that all of us, it's something that we talk about all the time. And here we see problems with the indigenous people's lands all across the globe, people that are dependent on the nature around them. And we have people that live in areas where local populations are totally dependent on what they can catch. This is what they depend on, what they live on, and perhaps things that cannot be bought in ordinary stores by these local populations. And that means that we have a responsibility and we have to do everything we can to reduce climate change. We have to do everything we can to protect the climate, and we have to do that now. The green transition is not just a term. This also means that what we do today is that we are ruining the earth. And here we have to make sure that we, among other things, reduce CO2 emissions, and we have to have rules for what you can and cannot do. And we support this proposal, and that we should get polar fuels into the Marpol Convention, and there should be requirements to use it to a greater extent. Thank you.
Kiitos. Och vi har en replik.
Thank you. We have one rejoinder. Eller Rundlogadottir, you have the floor.
Jag vill tala på isländsk.
I'm going to speak Icelandic. Thank you. Thank you very much for this review. I can agree with what was said. And the impact on the ice melting is very significant. It's important not just in terms of how rapidly we can expect future climate change, but also how it impacts catching and fisheries and what's happening on the ice. When the ice disappears, there's more uncertainty, and the opportunities to catch fish change. How do you propose to make the voice of the Greenlanders heard in this particular topic? Thank you.
Tack för spørgsmålet.
Thank you for this question. And I wish I could answer you in my own language. That would have been of great help in giving you a more exhaustive answer. But in Greenland, it is very clear that climate change is real. 20 years ago, many people couldn't notice it, but now it is very clear indeed that it is affecting our catches, our fishing. I come from southern Greenland, where it's part of our culture to also be involved in agriculture. We see that it's beneficial to the southern parts of Greenland with climate change and longer summers, but it is not of benefit to the rest of Greenland and the fishery sector. So I hope that this proposal can be adopted, and with references to heavy oil. This is considerably deteriorating the situation because it impacts the situation with the ice, and it's very sad to witness what is happening.
Kiitos debatista. Ja sitten
Thank you. And then we will continue with the speakers list, and this is Staffan Eklöf, Nordic Freedom.
Tack, president. Åtgärder för miljön måste...
Action to help the environment are actions that have to be considered carefully. We do not just have to run off and do everything and anything. We have to look at how beneficial it will be to the environment and what will be the impact on other people, other societies. Here, for example, what impact would this have on transport and costs for transport? We should be able to use all parts of the oil once it has been extracted. And we need to make these considerations. Here we see, however, that this will benefit the environment. It has to do with the vulnerabilities of the Arctic region, and this is something that could also have an international impact. which means that we're happy to be able to support this proposal. Thank you.
Kiitos oikein paljon ja sitten viimeisenä.
Thank you. And the last speaker on my list is Konstantin, 2 minutes.
Kiitos, presidentti.
Thank you, President. The Arctic and warming of the Arctic is happening at 3 times the pace of the rest of the world. And maritime transport is also increasing with more shipping. So it makes sense to try and minimize the damage caused by shipping in the very fragile habitats and environments in the Arctic region. This is home to indigenous people who live from and make a living from a sea which is in good health, and we need to protect these ecosystems. Therefore, I'm glad to hear that the proposal has the support of the committee, and as the sea routes become ever more trafficked with more shipping, we need to ensure that we can reduce fuel emissions and protect Arctic. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for this proposal.
Näyttäisi, että puhujalistalla ei ole muuta.
Thank you. I don't think there are any more speakers, which means that we can conclude that debate. So we have finished that debate under 17.1, and then we have one agenda item that has been removed from the agenda, which means that we will proceed directly to 17.3, where we have a vote. And this is the last agenda item under the development of a sustainable Nordics. And we're going to start our vote with 17.1, consideration of a member's proposal on polyfuel for Prospectus Arctic. And if you're in favor, you press green, that's for yes. And if you're against, red, no. And if you want to abstain, yellow. And we begin the vote.
Ovatko kaikki saaneet äänestää?
Has everyone voted? That seems to be the case. And then we close the vote. 52 in favor, 6 against, and 1 abstention. And that means that it is carried. And we have dealt with agenda item 17 and will proceed, but we're going to switch. It's Kim Berg who's supposed to come up here.
Tack, Ville.
Thank you, Ville. We have a number of agenda items still to be dealt with, so let's get underway. We've come to the Committee for Knowledge and Culture. We have 4 reports. 2 contain a reservation. Then we will conclude by a vote under this agenda item. 18.1 Members' proposal to increase the production of Sami educational materials and the training of Sami teachers. I would like to give the floor to the spokesperson of the committee, Veronica Honkasalo, to present this proposal. You have 2 minutes. President, the most important action to save a language from extinction is for society to provide the preconditions for the speakers of this language to speak it and teach their children. The Sami is an indigenous people who traditionally live across the area of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, spoken by many with closely interrelated Sami languages in the Sami area, Sápmi. They are all classified under the UN body UNESCO as threatened languages. The lack of qualified Sami teachers has an impact on the future for the Sami language and culture. Today, we need more qualified Sami class teachers, language teachers, teachers of various subject matters other than language, and special needs teachers, both at the level of compulsory school and members of staff in preschools who can speak Sami. The committee, therefore, is of the opinion that the Nordic Council of Ministers and the governments of Norway, Sweden, and Finland should work for a more in-depth, long-term cooperation to ensure that we can increase the number of qualified Sami language and Sami teachers, as well as teaching materials in Sami. The proposal therefore proposes unanimously for the Nordic Council to recommend the Nordic Council of Ministers to ensure that a survey and an inquiry is carried out on the linguistic rights of Sami children and make proposals to ensure that they are entitled to and can access those rights, and appoint a Nordic cooperation group to do away with obstacles for school cooperation. And the committee also proposes that the Nordic Council recommends the governments of Norway, Sweden, and Finland to initiate stronger cooperation to ensure that Sami children's linguistic rights are ensured, and increase the number of Sami teachers who are qualified, as well as providing teaching materials in Sami. Thank you for that presentation. We have one request for rejoinder, Annette Holberg Jansson from the Conservative Group. 1 minute question, 1 minute for the answer.
President, thank you, President. I have a question. And we have been discussing this in committee, and then having looked at the possibility to have more synergies in various curricula, and what creates problems today with the Sami language, if I've understood things correctly, is that you have different rules on what is to be included. Is that something that is included in what you have been discussing? Yes, we have had experts involved in this, and we have then also discussed the curricula and syllabi, and I hope that that will be included. And it is important to note that the entire committee is unanimous, and we have no reservations, and it is therefore important that everyone in the Nordic Council also understand that this is something important, and that this is taken seriously. Thank you for that debate, and we continue with the speakers list. Högerberg Nyholt is next from Nordic Green Left. 2 minutes.
Ärade president.
President, in relation to the UN Declaration, all children are entitled to education in their own language. For the Nordic indigenous people, the Sami, this is not always ensured. In Sápmi, covering Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Russia, there are a total of 10 Sami languages. They're all threatened. For generations, the Sami people have been silenced through discrimination and assimilation and measures. The culture would be forgotten, the language disappeared, and many other factors included that carry the language. But languages can be revived if we wish to. When Nordic Green Left went to Kautokeino at the summer meeting at the Sami University, the message was clear. If children are to be able to meet the Sami language already at the level of daycare and preschool, we need more Sami teachers and more teaching materials in Sami. The content of this proposal comes directly from the Sami population. and Norway, Sweden and Finland work together, we need to do it better and try to have joint teaching programs and materials. It's not just about linguistic policy, it's about respect and belief in the future. In Nordic Green Left, we would like to think more across boundaries without national borders, the way the Samis used to always. If we truly listen to the Sami population in our educational system, we can ensure that the children will not just learn about the language, but speak it, live it, and pass it on to future generations. Thank you very much. We've no requests for rejoinders, so the next speaker is Stefan Bagger from the Youth Council. You have 2 minutes.
Tack, herr president.
Thank you. The way we see it, the Nordics has many different cultures and languages, and the way we see it here, well, we see that here, and many have also been availing themselves of interpretation, because we have Danish, Swedish, Icelandic, Finnish, but then there are other languages that we tend to forget, and the Sami language is one of them. Because here is a problem. These languages in this area, well, they risk disappearing from the world as we know it. And we have therefore presented a reservation in committee because we want to support the fact that we need textbooks in the Sami language, and we also need digital tools. And we're very, very happy to now see that this is a proposal that is part of what the committee recommends. Thank you.
Tusen tack. Ingen replik här heller.
No request for rejoinder. And I don't see any further names on the speakers list. Does that mean that we've concluded the debate? Yes, no further requests. So we conclude the debate under this sub-item. Moving on to 18.2, which is the consideration of a member's proposal on public service media. First, I will give the floor to the spokesperson, Anna-Lena Hedberg from Nordic Freedom, to tell us about this proposal. You have 2 minutes. Thank you, President. I'm speaking on behalf of the Knowledge and Culture Committee's Nordic Language Committee is part of our joint heritage with a unique closeness between our language and cultural and heritage, working together in culture and politics and training, and hard for other regions of the world to compete with. But the mutual linguistic understanding we took for granted once is disappearing. We need to take this very seriously indeed. If we can no longer understand each other's languages, we also risk losing one important part of the soul of our Nordic cooperation. And public service media play an important role by making television programs from our Nordic neighbour countries more visible. We can strengthen the linguistic understanding amongst ourselves. Of course, the arm's length principle must be respected. It is up to the media themselves to decide how to organize and communicate their content. But on behalf of the committee, we would like to encourage public service media companies to review how they can convey message from and regarding the Nordic region in a better way. The committee is of the opinion that the Nordic Council should recommend the Council of Ministers to suggest that public service media companies should look into the possibility of making the program offering of other Nordic countries more visible, and that they can also contribute by way of subtitling in other Nordic languages, contribute to enhanced linguistic proficiency and understanding. It's a small effort to enhance our linguistic and cultural common denominators. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to continue with the speakers list, and we begin with the Social Democratic Group and Gudmundur Are Sigurdsson. 2 minutes. And it will be in Icelandic. President, on behalf of my party group, the Social Democratic Group, we would like to say thank you for your support for this proposal. We think that it's a positive step and it will increase the understanding between countries, but young individuals, well, here we need to look at other things as well if we want to preserve the Nordic languages, because language and values belong together. And if we look at how and where you learn the Nordic languages, well, that is dependent on where you are and where you use them. And I do support this proposal, but I also want to mention that if this is something we truly want to achieve, we need to do more to strengthen these languages. And young people today, they spend their time on TikTok and other digital channels. And that is why it is important that we see that we have more positive projects that these young people can avail themselves of in their leisure time, something that will interest these young people. And here we have examples that we could use and, well, also encourage young people to meet with others. And we should have healthy alternatives that interest these young people. And that goes for screen time, but also alcohol use. And it is important that we work with Nordic programs, and we have to have Nordic channels. We also need to think about a bigger perspective on how to reach these young people.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katarina Deremar from the Center Group. 2 minutes.
Tack för ordet.
Thank you, President. On behalf of the Center Group, we support the committee proposal, which is a compromise from the original members' proposal, which did not receive the full backing of the committee. It is always difficult, and we need to pay close attention so that we do not make decisions that will limit the freedom of the press. However, the current wording, we feel that we have struck a good balance, and so we recommend adoption of the committee's proposal. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is Stefan Bagger from the Youth Council. 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Tack, herr president.
Thank you. Even if we are different countries, we have to understand that we have many things in common. And that is my experience and what I've experienced the last year. I've been traveling across the Nordics, and I've experienced different cultures and values. But here I have to say that we have differences in languages, but it's also one common region. And we have many amazing films, TV series in the Nordics that are well known across the globe. And the Nordics, of course, Bergen in Denmark, for example, Skam in Norway. And I've heard that even the minister in Iceland has taken an interest in this. And here we see that we have the Nordics presented through pictures, through film, and that makes it possible for us to understand each other in completely different ways, also when it comes to the language. And that is why we are so happy about this proposal, and we give it our complete support. Thank you.
Tusen tack. Jag ser inte...
Thank you very much. I have no further names on the speakers list. Does that conclude the debate under this item? That appears to be the case, and that concludes the debate. We will continue with 18.3, which is the consideration of a member's proposal to expand the Nordic Council prizes to include visual arts and crafts. There is also one reservation here to this proposal. I'm going to give the floor to the spokesperson for the committee, Nora Faderström, who will present this, and then the spokesperson for the reservation will get the floor. You have 2 minutes.
Puhun suomea.
I'm going to speak in Finnish. President, Tuesday night we had the honor and privilege of celebrating the laureates of the Nordic prizes. Thank you to the Swedish Riksdag for a beautiful ceremony. These prizes are some of the most prestigious in the Nordics, with a strong position and reputation internationally. The Committee for Culture has dealt with a member's proposal to expand the prizes to include visual arts and crafts. Visual arts and crafts should be given support according to the proposal, and we want to visualize and present these art forms as well. At the same time, the committee is in favor of ensuring that we uphold the number of prizes, and therefore at this point it would not be appropriate to increase the number of prizes. So a majority in the committee would like to close this matter now. Thank you. Thank you very much for this presentation. And now we've heard the presentation of the members' proposal. Now I'm going to ask the Social Democrat member Per Husberg to present the reservation. Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Mange tak for ordet, formand.
Thank you. The heading of the event Monday was culture, a firm point of departure in a world in turmoil. And we have a strong shared culture in the Nordics. We should value that. We should make it visible. We shouldn't just talk about it. We also have to do something. And that is what we do with the Nordic Council prizes. They are there to make the Nordics visible. Literature, there we have 2 awards. Film, we have 1 such award. Music, we have an award there as well. And then the last one, where we have art. Well, they're visual arts. There we do not have anything. No prize. And this is not right. And this is an area where we truly can show the Nordics. And here we have very good representatives of visual arts and crafts as well. And this idea to have a new prize, it's something that has grown out of the fact that we have to value the Nordics and what we represent. And that is the background why we want to have a reservation, to see if someone perhaps has changed their opinion on the ways. Thank you.
Tack för inlägget. Vi går nu över till...
Thank you. We continue with other speakers. And we have Krista Mikkonen from the Center Group. 2 minutes.
Jag talar finska.
I'm going to be speaking Finnish. President, the Centre Group welcomes the debate on the Nordic Council prizes. They are very greatly appreciated. They have a strong position in their respective fields and gives a glimpse of Nordic culture and efforts in the area of the environment. We know that we have to consider the situation for both nominees and laureates. This has been followed up across a longer period of time. In literature, for example, considerations have been made of cooperation in the publishing houses. It's important to ensure that nominees and laureates can have their works conveyed to the general public more generally. We could also, in some cases, discuss various proposals for new prizes. The Nordic Council prizes, nevertheless, are greatly appreciated. It is also important to have sufficient resources. We in the Centre Group are of the opinion that you need to consider all of the prizes together, not focus on individual prizes. Following such a general debate, perhaps we would instigate a new category of visual arts and crafts. Personally, I believe that these could be good complements to the current category of prizes. But since we wish to have a broader debate on all of the prizes as a first step, the Centre Group is not prepared at this stage to fully back the proposal to go further. Thank you very much. Conservative Group, 2 minutes.
Ég tala på íslensk. Já, takk fyrir þetta. Ég hef fullan skilning á því að þessi tillaga komi.
Thank you. I do understand the proposal, but I do support the consideration that we do not proceed. However, I would like us to look at the effects of these prizes. For example, that we look at to what extent you have benefited from this as an author or a director of a film. It's not necessarily so that things are translated to the other Nordic languages. So I would like for us to try to push for translations. We have talked about the importance of being familiar with each other's languages and cultures, and this could and should be such a platform for these artists, writers, so that their works are actually translated into different languages. And this is something that we have discussed. I don't know if someone else is here from that assembly where we have discussed this, but we have talked about having a common prize. And I'm thinking innovation, that perhaps we should have an innovation prize. And perhaps this is something for Finland and Åland to think about. Thank you. I see no more speakers wishing to speak. Can we conclude this debate? That seems to be the case. And we continue with 18.4, being a consideration of a member's proposal for Nordic cooperation to support independent journalism. And here as well we have a reservation. And we are going to begin with the representative of the committee, Katarina Deremar, from the Centre Group, who will tell us about the consideration, and then we will continue with the spokesperson of the reservation. Please, 2 minutes.
Mycket, herr president. Människors möjligheter att ta del av.
Thank you very much, President. People's ability to have access to correct information, journalism that monitors and Pacifies and a strong societal debate are crucial for democracy support and way of functioning. Nordic countries have strong tradition of freedom of the press and freedom of speech and free media, but challenges exist here as well. We all know and are familiar with the global trends that can give rise to concern. We know that freedom of the press is under pressure. The global trends must not be overlooked, and we are in no way immune here in the Nordic countries to the consequences, neither positive nor negative. And it's important, therefore, to continue to carefully follow the development and be prepared to take action. A majority of the Committee for Knowledge and Culture, therefore, proposes for this reason that the Nordic Council recommends to the Nordic Council of Ministers to take the initiative to report to highlight the preconditions of news media in the Nordic countries with the aim of finding examples of best practice to secure good, reliable, independent journalism and journalistic ethics for the Nordic region as a whole, and in combination with this report also invite participants to a roundtable dialogue on this topic and highlighting how the Media Freedom Act at EU level impacts the Nordic media policy and news sources in the Nordic countries. This, I believe, President, is my final moment speaking from this podium. It has been such a pleasure to welcome you all here, and I just wanted to say thank you to you all.
Thank you, Katarina, and thank you for that account. Now, Joachim Vigelius from Nordic Freedom is going to tell us about a reservation. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Tack, puhun suomea. Arvoisa presidentti, hyvät pohjoismaiset kollegat, onko...
Thank you, Nordic colleagues. Is this the responsibility of the media to talk about and be responsible for media? We do not believe so. The role of policymakers is to enable that we have a free media with certain rights included, freedom of expression and of opinion, for example. And here we have seen that this is an opinion that is shared by many, and we also feel that it might be difficult to avail yourselves of journalism across the borders, and that is why we have a proposal on how to make it more visible across the borders. And we're also in agreement that we need to look at diversity in media. If we have fewer media outlets, we also have fewer people with different opinions. There will be fewer resources, and journalism will not be given the same space in that way. And what is policy journalism? Is this something that politicians should define? We think that it's very serious with alternative media and disinformation, and the fact that leaders in a country try to limit media, that is also something that is very dangerous. It's not us that should limit media and media activities, because that goes against the principle of media freedom. We have to have a proper dissemination of information, and we do not feel that this is something that should be controlled at state level, and that is why we have our reservation. Thank you. There is a rejoinder. Katarina Dedemar from the Center Group. Please, 1 minute. 1 minute for the rejoinder and the reply. Thank you. Thank you, President. The purpose with this proposal, this consideration, is that we feel concern that we have white spots where we have no media scrutinizing what is done by politicians, neither locally nor regionally. And that is one component of this, and that is why we have this member's proposal. It's not about controlling, it's rather about strengthening, and we should have diversity in the media market. I totally agree. And I hope that we're in agreement, Joachim and I. It's not about controlling. It's rather about making sure that we have strong, independent media and press. Thank you.
Presidentti ja kiitos pohjoismaiset kollegat.
Thank you. What I've already said when introducing the reservation is that we feel that what we have addressed about diversity in media and that we're to cover many different aspects. But today we see a problem with certain white spots. It's about people getting the information that they need. But when discussing this, we also have to be aware of the fact that the more of a state say we have in promoting media, financing media, etc., intervene, well, the more of a risk that we get a state-controlled free media, and then control is handed over to the state, and that is not what we want.
Next, we have the other speakers on the speakers list. Now we have Rebecca Lemoyne from the Centre Group. 2 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, in an era when disinformation spreads faster than facts, when algorithms govern what we see, we in the Nordics, we need to defend something that has always been the core of our democracies, and that is the free, independent and dependent journalism. In Sweden, half of all local desks have disappeared in a decade, and in parts of the country we have news gaps where citizens don't have access to local journalism. And this is something that risks weakening faith and also participation in debate. Without free media, democracy will become blind in one eye. Nordic cooperation has always been based on openness, faith, trust and respect for each other. And this isn't something that we can take for granted. We must always defend these. Freedom requires opposition, or resilience rather, not governance. And it's important to underline, especially here in this joint, it's not about political decisions and about what is good journalism or not. On the contrary, it's about reinforcing the preconditions for journalism so that journalism can be free, multifaceted and take responsibility. The Nordic region can show the way. Strong journalism is not something separate. It's for everyone. This is important for life, for survival, which is why the Nordic Council should strongly support the proposal. Free journalism requires shared responsibility, a responsibility that we can take together. Thank you. Next speaker is Hegerberg Nygård from the NGV Group. 2 minutes, please.
Tack, president. Yttringsfrihet, fria medier.
Thank you. Free media and the media that scrutinizes what happens, that is a necessity and also a basic right. We see an international trend where press freedom is being attacked. We see that, for example, in Gaza and also in the United States. And we see that digital media is being used more and more in order to create revenue from ads. And we see big media companies getting bigger through mergers. The Nordic countries, well, we have to have free media. We have such a tradition, but we see the same trends here as well. And as has already been mentioned, about 50% of the local media in Sweden has disappeared, for example. And we, at the same time, see more and more various platforms of social media where there is not necessarily an editor. And when I was a kid, everyone in Norway was looking at the same news in Norway, and no one called anyone else during the news. You watched it. And that is not the case today. It's much more fragmented, and that means that it's easier to spread disinformation. Luckily, what we see today in the Nordics is that we still have relatively strong media that also young individuals use. But, President, the developments head in a direction where we have fewer and fewer media, and this is a threat against independent media. And it's important for us in the Nordics that we have such independent media. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a rejoinder. Joachim Vegelius from Nordic Freedom. 1 minute.
Puhun suomea.
I'll be speaking Finnish. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Now, I myself, in Finland, I have dealt with a lot of cases which have to do with public service, the public service company in Finland. And when we made a decision in Finland, we knew how much more narrow the media field becomes, and the news desks, for example. I think it's good, that type of development, that we don't just have one producer of news, that we don't all just watch the same program. No, instead we have a broad media market, but the largest threat is just what you highlighted here in your address, which is why I hope when we make decisions of this kind that we also talk about the commercial media. It's not good that we just sort of develop more state-owned media instead of commercial media. Thank you. Thank you for that observation. I suppose there was no real question there. I share your concern, but perhaps expressed in a slightly different way. And we have few medias as well, because it's the major media corporations that own them, and it's a concern that we don't anymore have the local newspapers, local radio, television stations, as it was the fact when I was young, which was a lot longer ago than when you were young. And it's very important for the local community, local democracy, and then you had access to that type of news. And I look forward to continued discussions and on this. And I think that in the Nordics we are much the same situation. We can learn from each other.
Tack för debatten. Jag ser inte fler.
Thank you. I have no more names on the speakers list, so we conclude this debate. So this debate has been concluded. And that means that we will proceed with the last agenda item under the Committee for Knowledge and Culture. And here we have a vote. We have 4 considerations where we are to vote, and we will begin with 18.1. Consideration of members' proposal to increase the production of Sami educational materials and the training of Sami teachers. And if you are in favor, you press yes, green, and if you wish to vote against, red, no, And if you want to abstain, you use the yellow button. Are you ready? We will then open the vote.
Har alla röstat?
Has everyone voted? I think that is the case. And then we close the vote. And we have 59 in favor, 6 no, and no abstention, which means that this consideration has been adopted. Yes. And we will then continue with 18.2, where we have a consideration of members' proposal on public service media. And if you are in favor, you press yes, green. If you're against, you press red, no. And if you want to abstain, the yellow button. And are you ready to proceed with the vote? The vote is open. Has everyone voted? That seems to be the case. And then we close the vote. And the way it looks, we have 64 in favor of this consideration, no one against and no abstentions, which means that it has been adopted. And we continue. And we then continue with the vote on 18.3, consideration of a member's proposal to expand the Nordic Council prizes to include visual arts and crafts. And here we also have a reservation. And if you're in favor of the consideration, press yes. And if you want to support the reservation, then you press a red no. And you can abstain here as well. And then it's the yellow button. Are you ready? And then we begin the vote.
Har alla röstat? Det ser ut så.
Has everyone voted? I think that is the case. Then the vote is closed. And we have 46 in favor of the consideration. We have 18 in favor of the reservation and no abstentions, which means that the consideration is adopted. Good.
Och vi går vidare.
And we continue with the last vote, 18.4, where we have consideration of members' proposal for Nordic cooperation to support independent journalism. And here as well we have a reservation. And if you want to wish in favor of the consideration, green, yes. If you're against, in favor of the reservation, no. And if you want to abstain, yellow button. Are you ready to vote? The vote is open. Has everyone voted? That seems to be the case, and then the vote is closed. And we have 51 in favor of the consideration, 14 in favor of the reservation, and no abstentions, which means that the consideration has been adopted. And that means that we have dealt with agenda item 18. And I say thank you, and we will switch up here again. Thank you.
Yes.
No niin, ja jatketaan sitten.
Right, let's continue the meeting then, resume. And we now have item 19, where we have the Committee for Growth and Development in the Nordics, 4 considerations and 2 with reservations, and we'll end with a vote. Let's start with the first one, 19.1, which is the members' proposal with regard to initiating an analysis of the commuters' conditions throughout the Nordics. There's a reservation there. So firstly, we have the spokesperson from the Presidium, or from the committee rather, that's Kjell-Arne Ottosson. He will present this report. You have 2 minutes, please.
Tack, president.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, doing away with obstacles to borders, this is, of course, one of our most important tasks. This is really what we're all about, which is why it's positive that we receive a member's proposal, which, in fact, brings up challenges for people who move across the borders. In this case, commuters cross borders. Now, this proposal is an analysis of this and brings up very relevant questions, for example, about price structures and so on. It's clear that high costs for this travel might have an impact on people's desire to look for a job in a neighbouring country and therefore combat free mobility. So it goes against the strategy that we adopted in this chamber yesterday. Now, the Committee for Growth and Development sees that the indents in the proposal are very well written. However, we can see that the background text is much too narrow and narrowly focused on the Öresund region, and which means that the proposal lacks a broader perspective, which is required for us to proceed with this. We want joint Nordic solutions, not bilateral solutions, just as we have for tax. And we know that there are many people who commute across borders between Norway and Finland, between Sweden and Finland, and also between Åland and the mainland. And just selecting one example from one region risks creating an imbalance in how we prioritize these obstacles. And therefore, we need more inclusive documentation that reflects the whole Nordic region. And this is important when we deal with this matter in the committee. And so therefore, I would like those that have presented this report to withdraw it. Well, they haven't withdrawn it, and therefore we urge you to reject it. Thank you. In its current form. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta. Sen jälkeen Jonni Svedin.
Thank you. And then we have Johnny Svedin, Nordic Freedom.
Tack så mycket, president. Det var ju...
Thank you, President. Nordic Freedom presented this proposal against the background of problems that many experience in the Öresund region. The Öresund Bridge has many zones for taxes, which means that travel is very, very expensive, especially if you compare to what it costs to travel in one of the countries. And we know that the Öresund region is dependent on free movement of labor. And that is why we need an analysis of high prices and the motivation or demotivation to take on a job in another country. And one has said as an objection that this was too much focused on the Öresund region, but we wanted to have a mapping of other border regions in the Nordics to see if similar problems are present there. And we cannot forget about this. And I would like to see this proposal being continued in the Nordic Council. And we, Nordic Freedom, we will continue and we'll get back with a revised proposal.
Kiitos. Vi har ingen repliker. Seuraava puhuja, Per-Andre.
Thank you. We have Per-Arne Håkansson from the S Group.
Ja 2 minuuttia.
2 minutes.
Mr. President, now commuting across borders is of course a very important issue for the whole of the Nordic region. It might be decisive for what we want to achieve with a stronger joint labour market. And it's true, perhaps, as we've heard, that many commuters, they see that there are obstacles with different regulations, difficult systems, complicated systems, different price structures, expensive tickets. And the fact of the matter is that it's not the states that set the prices when it comes to commuter travel. There are other aspects, of course, involved, and that's why this is locally adapted to the Öresund bridge area, because further north we have, of course, the ferry across the Öresund from Helsingborg to Helsingør, which is a private ferry company, and then we have other regions as well. So a joint analysis would be a good thing, I think, so in order to have even more substantial documentation for this. And I think that this is something that we work continuously with and in the committee, and we do have the mandate to follow up the conditions for commuters throughout the Nordic region. So from the Social Democratic side, we would say that this motion, or rather, this proposal rather, is already really being dealt with, which is why we urge you to reject it, which is in line with the committee's report, in fact.
Tack så mycket. Vi har ingen repliker.
No request for rejoinders, which means that we have Lisa Mattsson from the Centre Group. 2 minutes.
Herr ordförande.
President, the Centre Group feels that the concrete proposal having to do with those who commute across borders is important. And at the same time, the committee feels that the text is too narrow, because it only focuses on Öresund. If you want to truly look at the preconditions for these commuters in the Nordics, we have to look at other areas as well. It's not just about those using the Öresund bridge, it's also about others who travel across borders on a daily basis, Svinesund, Tornedalen, and also in the Åland Sea. And the vision to have Nordic region becoming the most integrated region in the world, well, here commuting is important and it has to be as cost efficient as possible. And that is why the Centre Group hopes that we'll be able to return to this issue later on, but then with a broader proposal that also considers all commuters that we have, all those people that cross borders on a daily basis, so that we look at the entire region. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä. Vi har ingen repliker.
Thank you very much. No one has requested a rejoinder. So next we have the UNR, we have the Youth Council, Andreas Solomonson. 2 minutes, please.
Tack så mycket, president.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, the practical obstacles, these are some of the most important things that we need to deal with and work with here in the Nordics. And commuting is, of course, a major concern for many, if it's not done in the best possible way. And we think basically this is a good proposal which tries to bring up many of the problems that may have an impact. Now, as regards prices, now for an adult with a fixed income, this could be a problem or an obstacle, but for a young person, it might be decisive in that it's therefore, I think it's important to look into this in the best possible way. There are many different types of border areas, different types of transport, and they cost different amounts. Normal context in Sweden is that as a young person in the labour market, you have a job in Norway and you want to commute to Norway, and for example, and it's very positive to be able to do this. We need to develop this proposal so that it covers more. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that. And now, no further speakers on the speakers list. So that concludes that debate. Yes? Good. That means that we come to an end with that with regard to 19.1. Now, next 19.2, which is deaths or fatal fatalities or serious accidents at workplaces in the Nordics. And there's one reservation there. So, firstly, we have the spokesperson from the committee presenting the proposal, and that's Lars Puss, please.
2 minuter.
You have 2 minutes.
Herr Präsident.
President, the proposal to strengthen preventive work in the Nordics, well, it highlights a very serious problem. It's about lives and health and thousands of labor-related deaths every year, and also illnesses that develop over time because of shortcomings in the work environment. The proposal highlights the need to have better education, training, more monitoring, more research, and also more Nordic efforts to reduce the number of accidents and work-related deaths. The committee shares the opinion that work environment issues are important, but after having carefully considered this, we feel that the proposal is too detailed. It cannot be managed within the framework of the Nordic Council. Several of the action points that are proposed, like national monitoring, work environment organizations, these issues are better managed at the national level with the legislation and the governmental structure of the respective countries. In addition, many of these areas are already regulated with international conventions, for example, the ILO conventions, and many of the proposals are relevant for the labour market parties directly. And that is why our evaluation is that we should not continue with this member's proposal, and that is our consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Now, the following speakers, or the next speaker is Veronica Honkasalo. The floor is yours. Mr. President, 5 men died when a lift fell 20 meters on a construction workplace in Stockholm. This was on the 11th of December 2023. And already at that stage, it was clear that it would be a dark year when it comes to fatalities at the workplace in Sweden. According to the Work Environment Authority, 62 people died in workplace accidents in the year 2023, which is the highest number of deaths in 12 years and far above the average for the last 10 years. These deaths and fatalities and other serious incidents at the workplace are totally unacceptable. And in addition to the what's happening at the workplace, more people are dying in advance ahead of time due to illnesses, due to exposure to chemicals at the workplace. Despite many years of preventive work in the Nordic countries, the number of workplace incidents, diseases and accidents have not decreased substantially, and the financial challenges and the illnesses for these families are huge, and costs for society with regard to healthcare, sick pay, rehabilitation, early retirement, etc., are very, very high. And a poor work environment costs at least 290 billion Danish kroner per year. The Nordic governments should therefore put the conditions and the working environment of workers at the centre, and we should strive towards common goals that in the future, we have the world's safest workplace where every worker comes home in the same condition as when went to work. And we want to have the safest workplace. In order to have that, we urge you to vote in favour of the reservation.
Kiitos tästä.
Thank you. No one has requested a rejoinder, so let's continue with Mirja Raiha from the S Group, please.
Kiitos, presidentti.
Thank you, Mr. President. In 2020, 53 people died at the workplace in Sweden. In Finland, 24. Norway, 20. Unfortunately, when you Googled, you couldn't get figures from Denmark and Iceland. It would have been interesting, naturally, to see what the figures there. Up until now, or up until the end of August at least, 31 people died at Swedish workplaces this year. That nearly every week, one parent dies who does not come home to work after having gone to work in the morning. And the main sectors are agriculture and construction. But in Sweden, we've also seen fertilities, for example, at homes for the disabled or for other people, where carers have been killed by those living, the inhabitants. And there was a woman who worked in the north of Sweden. She worked at LKAB, the mining. She was 18 years old. She was going to turn 19, and she wanted to become a lorry driver. But she never became a lorry driver because LKAB had to pay 2 million kroner in compensation. But what helps? How does that help the parents when the daughter never came home? And as we heard, in 2023, 5 people died in a lift accident, and it took a while before they could actually inform the relatives, because there were 100 subcontractors at this building site. Now, we talked a lot about a common labour market in the Nordic region. We have nurses working in Swedish Norrbotten. We have nurses who travel to Norway. We also need certain rules with regard to the working environment, that we share across the Nordic region. So vote for the reservation, please.
Kiitän tästä ja repliikkejä.
Thank you very much. No one has requested a rejoinder. Kjell Arne Ottosson from the Centre Group, please. 2 minutes.
Tack, president. Jag var inte medveten om att jag var anmäld.
Thank you, President. I didn't know that the party group had registered me as a speaker, so I'll have to do it on a volley. We agree with other speakers, the Social Democrats and the Nordic Green Left. Of course, we agree nobody should have to die at work. Nobody should be injured when they are at work. That's the default position. We all back that assumption. There is absolutely no doubt about that. But in this particular proposal that we've received, well, now I'm not sure if it was S or the Nordic Green Left. It has 8 whereas clauses, which are very, very broad-ranging, and several of them touch upon matters which we cannot deal with at the level of the Nordic Council, because just as we heard on behalf of the committee in the introduction, these are matters which are either managed by the social partners in the labour market or by the respective countries and governments. But the underlying idea is very important, where we support it fully. And just as I mentioned on the topic of the cross-border elements, we're in favour, but present us with a proposal that we can deal with at the level of the Nordic Council, because this is very urgent. Thank you.
Repliikkipuheenvuoro.
Thank you. We have a rejoinder requested. Mirja Heine, 1 minute. And 1 minute for the reply. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reply, Kjell Arne Ottosson. First time that we are debating in this chamber. Naturally, I understand that it can be difficult when there are many indents and there are many details as well. But I still feel that it would have been good to at least look at least some of these proposals that we see within this proposal, because we love the working environment when we stand up here, but people keep dying at workplaces. We're not getting anywhere with all these words. Somehow we have to turn these words into practice, put them to practice. We have to avoid that someone like Norva dies at the workplace before they're even 19. But we'll put forward another proposal if you don't listen to this one. Thank you. Mr. President, and thank you, Mayor, for your comment. I don't think there was a question in that. And I'm 100% in agreement with you. Absolutely. This is extremely important that we do make headway here. But on the committee, we can't start a sort of rejecting members' proposals in that way. We'll say, well, those indents, we like those, and those we don't like. We had to rewrite this and rewrite that. No, that's not a good way of working. So yes, I look forward to, which I think, I mean, we haven't voted yet, but I don't think this is something that's going to be supported. But come back to us with a new proposal with indents that we can handle, and then we'll take a look at this. Absolutely. Thank you.
Minä kiitän tästä ja...
Thank you. We have no further speakers on the speakers list, so we can conclude under that item. That was 19.2, which is now concluded. Moving on to 19.3, which is a consideration of members' proposal on joint Nordic digital solutions. And first, I'd like to give the floor to the spokesperson for the committee, Per-Arne Håkansson from the S Group. You have 2 minutes.
Herr ordförande, medlemsförslaget om...
President, the members' proposal on joint Nordic digital solution contains 3 recommendations to the Nordic Council of Ministers, namely to set up a joint body for development and operations of joint Nordic digital solutions, and that the Nordic countries should have a joint body which will make the most of the development of new digital solutions in the area where appropriate, and that the Nordic countries to express that it is important that we identify ways to further develop digital solutions based on our unique national solutions. The members' proposal, which the Social Democrats support and have tabled, and we're very grateful, should I add, that the committee has taken it on board. We indicate the fact that the digital infrastructure in the Nordic countries specifically constitute an obstacle to freedom of movement, where every country develops their own national solutions. The aim of this proposal is to build on the joint Nordic unity with an entity, a body, which will be entrusted with the task of developing joint digital solutions. And this can preferably be a body which will operate under the auspices of the Nordic Council of Ministers. Already today, Nordic countries have difficulties ensuring that digital solutions work as intended within and between different sectors of industry. A joint body at Nordic level to uphold and develop digital solutions would require major financial resources. We are aware of that fact, but the aim and the purpose of this proposal is valuable enough for us to nevertheless request the Council of Ministers to proceed with this proposal with broad support in the committee. Thank you. I thank you for this. Jonna Oskar-Hanneke from the Center Group.
Tack, Herr President.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Center Group, we understand how serious this is, but we don't share the view that this, we say that it's too detailed and extensive. The Center Group believes that there is a need for increased cooperation with regard to digitalization, something that the Nordics can in fact benefit from to a large extent. And the group would say that major digitalization programs are difficult to coordinate. However, there are large synergies effects to be held if we do cooperate, for example, where we can see that the EU is taking too long. And so the consequence of each single country standing on its own with different systems means that it becomes more difficult to live and work in the Nordic region.
Kiitos tästä.
Thank you very much. No rejoinders requested. So next we have the Youth Council representative Andreas Salomonsson, please.
Tack så mycket.
Thank you very much. IT and digitalization are excellent when they work, but when it doesn't work as intended, it can be a big challenge. We registered in Finland with a youth organization, but with a Swedish chairperson. So we've had to sign various documents in various ways, for example, but because we didn't have a Finnish president with an EID from Finland missing, that person had to travel by plane to Finland to sign a document or two. This is one of the concrete obstacles to freedom of movement we have because the digital infrastructure is so divided. If you go on an exchange to another Nordic country and you have medication that you need, for example, it's not possible to replace them. You can, for example, fail to organize your mail deliveries, etc., etc. We're very much in favor of ensuring at Nordic level that digital solutions are more and more similar from one country to another and hopefully more integrated. Many services that we need today need to be possible to perform from other parts of the Nordic countries, especially if we wish to be the most integrated region in the world. Thank you.
Kiitos tästä puheenvuorosta.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, there are no further speakers on the speakers list, so let us conclude 19.3 and proceed with the next item, 19.4, which is the member proposal with regard to cooperation between Norway, Sweden and Finland's governments to produce a permanent logistic link between the Atlantic coast in Norway to southeastern Finland. First 2 minutes to Lars Puss, the chair or the spokesperson from the committee.
Herr President.
Mr. President, first let me say that this is a very well-worded proposal. The committee has looking into this proposal with regard to the three countries, looking into a permanent logistics link between the Atlantic coast in the north to southeastern Finland. And the proposal is based on the Swedish-Finnish cooperation initiative from 2024, where our countries emphasize the need to reinforce cooperation within transport and energy. That's why it's so important to develop the infrastructure in this direction for civilian and for military concerns. This is this also is part of the agreement from 2024, deepening our bilateral cooperation, reinforcing Nordic military cooperation and contribute to the deterrence of NATO and defence. And this link between the Atlantic and southeastern Finland would, of course, live up to these agreements and implement them, and it would help transport systems. It would reinforce our military capability and also create new cooperation, and it would give us new tools to support work in our border areas, and this would be very positive for businesses along the line. And this is some we've heard. The Committee for Growth has also said that we need to coordinate this type of efforts more with infrastructure, etc. So this is in line with that work, and all party groups and the committee support this proposal, and therefore the committee urges the Nordic Council to adopt the report. Thank you.
Kiitos. Ja juuri ehti tulla repliikkipyyntö Jouni Ovaska keskiryhmä.
Thank you. We just had a request from Jouni Ovaska for a rejoinder. You have the floor.
Okay.
I'd like to do this in Finnish if that's possible, and it must be possible. Thank you very much. Have you discussed when you've discussed this in the committee, we do of course have a new long-term budget framework on military movement from the EU. This budget framework isn't expected to increase tenfold. What can we do to ensure that the funding of joint Nordic projects can be funded moving forward? Shall we act jointly from the Nordics to apply for funding rather than applying as individual countries? Thank you.
Tack för frågan.
Thank you for this question. I believe that we should have a combination of several different elements. We should use, first of all, the increased NATO commitments, where a certain percentage of the GDP will be used for defense purposes, including military infrastructure. There are also funds within the EU available. And what we have identified with the proposal in the committee is that we've identified a need to put numbers to these proposals and look at how we can resolve this desire for a connection in an east-western direction. The funding we haven't completed our discussions on yet. Thank you very much. Jani Koko from the S Group, 2 minutes. You have the floor.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, this is a very good proposal. It has includes economic advantages for the whole of the Nordic region and security policy advantages. In the Nordics, we have been on the Western front, as it were, and now when we see the war in Europe, we think that Finland's position is all the more important and difficult, and we need ways of being able to defend ourselves and the whole of Europe, which is why a strong logistics, this link where we can move from the ports in northern Norway and, for example, transport military material to the eastern front or border in southeastern Finland. This is very good also from the NATO perspective. I think that's very well written, and I think that it was also adopted unanimously by the committee. So I do think that this includes very broad and major dimensions. In particular, as a region, we want to reinforce our security. Rejoinders, no rejoinder requested. Lise Mattsson, next, 2 minutes.
Tack, herr ordförande.
Thank you, President. Sweden and Finland's joining of NATO is a major refocus of the planning our three countries do in infrastructure. With the Russian shadow hanging over our countries, there's a need for both civilian and military materials be safely transported from the Atlantic to Finland. As much as 96% of the Finnish exports are passed the maritime way, and a lot of it passes the Åland Islands. This shows how enclosed Finland is and how much uncertainty in turbulent times we risk coming across. So there's a need for extensive fixed connections available. The way the situation looks currently, Finland can always be compared to an island. And so the Centre Group is anxious to see stronger cooperation on infrastructure and preparedness and contingency measures, and we welcome this proposal from the Conservative Group. From the Centre Group, we underline that it is important in these turbulent times that our infrastructure ministers have an even closer dialogue. And we question why Sweden and possibly also the Finnish government do not wish to follow up the joint recommendation from the Nordic Council to set up a Transport Ministers' Council. Thank you very much. And then Andreas Salomon from the Youth Council.
Tack så mycket, President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and members. Now, this proposal, which has been put forward, I think that it really highlights the need for infrastructure in the situation in this west-easterly direction. We'd also like to mention the possibilities for civilian society, and in that way we could also, this could be used in that way too. It could be create good preconditions for regional growth, that people can travel, that food, for example, and other important things can be transported through different parts of the Nordics and may lead to greater accessibility, which is why this is a very good proposal. Thank you very much for this good proposal.
Kiitos tästäkin puheenvuorosta, ja puhujalistalla ei ole muita nimiä, joten
No one has requested a rejoinder, and there are no further speakers on the speakers list, which means that we can end the debate. So, next is 19.5, which is the vote, the final the final item in this package, and it's the vote, as I said. Now we have several reports to be vote on. So we have firstly number 1, which is the proposal with regard to the commuters and the analysis thereof. And so there's a reservation there. So if you support the report, you press green. If you support the reservation, you press red. And if you wish to abstain, you press the yellow button. Are we ready to vote? The vote starts now.
Ja kaikki ovat ilmeisesti saaneet äänestet.
It seems that everybody has voted, so that's the end of the vote is concluded. So 48 in favour and 8 for the reservation. No abstentions, so it is adopted. Let's then proceed with number 19.2, which is the report on deaths and serious accidents at the workplace in the Nordic region. Also here there is a reservation, so if you support the report, you press green. No, if you support the reservation, you press red. And those who wish to abstain, you press the yellow button. Are we ready to vote? The vote commences.
Ja ovatko kaikki saaneet äänestettyä?
Has everybody voted? Seems to be the case. The vote is concluded. 39 in favour and 20 voted for the reservation and no abstentions. And this means that it has been adopted. Next, we have 19.3, which is the report on the member proposal with regard to joint Nordic digital solutions. If you vote in favour of the report, you press green, and against red. And those who wish to abstain, press the yellow button to abstain. The vote is commencing now.
Ovatko kaikki saaneet äänestää?
Everybody voted? Seems to be the case. The end of the vote. 60 in favour and none against and no abstentions. Thereby, this is adopted. Next, we have 19.4, which is the report of the cooperation between Norway, Sweden and Finland's governments with regard to the logistic link between the Atlantic coast in Norway to southeastern Finland. So those who vote in favour of the report press the green button, those against red, and those members who wish to abstain press yellow. Are we all ready to vote? Yes. Vote commencing. Everyone has voted. Vote concluded. 60 in favour, none against, and no abstentions. So adopted thereby. Yes, so I don't know how we've managed to do this, but we are now ahead of the timetable. Thank you very much for that. And that was the end of item number 19. Right. Thank you very much to Ville and Kim, who managed to make us catch up so everybody will make their trains and flights, maybe their bikes as well, however you got here. Well, you know, there are bikes in Stockholm. Good. Let's proceed then with item 20, which is the internal business of the Nordic Council. So we have the control committee first. That's 20.1. So I'm going to give the floor to the chairperson of that committee, Lars Puss. You have 2 minutes, max.
Jag trodde vi hade kört.
I thought we had caught up and had an extra 7 minutes available. Madam President, here is a brief account of the work of the Control Committee in 2025. The Control Committee had a total of 4 meetings this year. In connection with the committee's meeting in September, the committee on the 16th of September made an institution visit to the Nordic institutions in Oslo, Nordforsk, Nordic Energy Research, and Nordic Innovation. In 2025, the Control Committee carried out 4 investigations in the form of written questions to be investigated, and we've had a follow-up on Nordic Council recommendation, the compliance with the Environment and Climate Action Plan of the Nordic countries, transparency in the budgets of the Nordic Council of Ministers, and finally a review of the whistleblower system of the Nordic Council of Ministers. The Control Committee reviewed the accounts of the party groups and the audit reports based on the reports for party support, which is the basis for payment of funds to the individual party groups. And finally, the Control Committee also reviewed audit reports from the Nordic Council, the Nordic Council of Ministers, and the Nordic Cultural Fund, and wishes to be kept continually informed of the reactions from the various stakeholders of the Swedish audit bodies' comments on the audit reports. Thank you. No further requests for the floor under this item. Can we approve the activity report of the Control Committee 21? Thank you. Then we move on to the next item, 22, the Nordic Council's accounts 2024. And what we approved today, of course, is the full year accounts, which is part of the annual report. At the thematic session in Helsinki, we previously adopted the text elements, and it's available on the website norden.org. I'm going to give the floor to the spokesperson for the Presidium, Helena Jelleman, from the Center Group.
Fast Helena representerar då...
Helena, she represents the Presidium here. Sorry, Helena, 2 minutes max. Thank you very much, Madam President. The annual report for the activities of the Nordic Council for 2024 was discussed at the Nordic Council's theme session in Helsinki in April. And thereafter, the Nordic Council's accounts for 2024 have been finalized, and they've been reviewed by the Danish National Audit Office. And it is very pleasing to note that that office then draws a conclusion that the annual report gives a correct picture of assets, debts, and financial position as per the 31st of December 2024. And also that the results of the Council's operations for the operational year 2024 corresponds with the regulations for the Nordic Council as regards finances. So the Control Committee that we just heard, they've also looked through the accounts, and the National Audit Office and their audit report had no observations at all. So the Presidium recommends, therefore, that the Nordic Council adopts the accounts for 2024. Thank you.
Tack Helena.
Thank you very much, Helena. No one's requested the floor for this item. So can we thus adopt or approve 21, 22? Thus, that's the end of the Internal Affairs item concluded. Let's proceed then with item 21, which is elections for 2026. We have 4 matters to discuss. So we're going to receive a presentation of the Nominations Committee, and before we go through the individual elections. So firstly, I'm going to give the floor to the spokesperson of the nomination committee, Lars-Maria Larsson. Please welcome up. And I think Lars-Maria, should we take each heading separately? Madam, we'll see how we can deal with that. Yes, we'll do it item by item. So let's start with 20.1, which is the President and Vice President, please. Now, we're approaching the end of the 77th session here in Stockholm, which has been a very successful affair. In particular, the fruit basket here that's been traveling around the room. So anyway, we have an election for the President and the Vice President for the National Council for the next year, and then also Chair and Vice Chair as well for the Control Committee and the Council Committee. So firstly, we're looking at the President and the Vice President. So based on the Finnish nominations, so we propose Ville Väinänen to be the President and Kim Berg to be the Vice President for the Nordic Council for 2026. Well, they're not elected yet. Now. So let's see. Let's also decide according. So the nomination committee proposes that Ville Väinänen is elected to be the President for 2026. Can we vote accordingly? Yes. And the nominations committee proposes Kim Berg to be elected as Vice President for 2026. Can we vote accordingly? Yes. So I'd like to, or all of us could say good luck to both of you next year with the presidency. Next, then, 21.2, which is the election of the chair and vice chair for the committee and the control committee. Now, we propose for chair and vice chair, the chair for knowledge and culture, Gudmundur Adi Sigurdsson, and vice chair for the same committee, Hege Bayer Myrholm from the NGV. Chair for the Committee on Sustainable Nordic, Christian Mokkonen, Centre Group, and Vice Chair for Sustainability, Stefan Eklund. And then the Committee for Welfare, Ebba Lind, S, and Vice Chair for the same committee, Marit Kastesen. Chair for Committee on Growth and Development, Kjell-Arne Ottosson. Vice Chair for the same committee, Tom Einar Carlson from the Social Democrats. And then we also have the Control Committee Chair, Lars Pus, and Vice Chair for the same committee, Eva Biener. And to save time, let's also take 21.3 and no, 23, but not 4. Okay, so we've heard the nominations committee's proposal, and so we have a rejoinder or a question from Helge has been requested. Please, you can take your question here from the podium.
Han vill ha anförande. Ja, då får Lars Meijer.
Okay, he wants to make an address, which means that Lars Meijer will have to move himself.
Är det till nästa val?
Oh, is it for the subsequent election?
Tack, President.
Thank you, President. The reason why the Fremskrittspartiet Party would like to take the floor is that we're in a situation currently where we have one party that has grown. Many have talked about Nordic democracy as an important value. As far as we're concerned, Nordic democracy is something which is about showing the respect that different stances are due, that elections are important, and that minorities have certain values. Those are important components in the Nordic values and democracy. And so you might ask yourself if the Nordic democracy doesn't work well enough for a party that isn't part of a party group but has grown in number, a doubling from 3 to 6 mandates in this case. And when we met in the nominations committee, several things happened, including the right or no right to take the floor, and our votes were not included. I feel that this is not worthy of our democracy, that 6 votes are considered at a B level with a lesser value than others. And so we're reacting to this. When you look at what's been dealt with today, there's a principle whereby you should have representation based on the balance of strength. And with 6 mandates in the Nordic Council, we believe that our party should have greater influence than just a 0 in these cases. We would challenge this through paragraph 69, which is a current principle, but we've had a meeting with the administration of Nordic Council, and we've been told that this is a fairly new situation, that a party group which does not belong to any of the group is as large in terms of representation as my party, and that we will have to consider this, we were told, over the next few months, to consider for all the 87 and ensure that we have a right balance. We want to trust the dialogue with the Secretariat to find a solution so that all votes can be counted and that my party can have a vote that counts. We've been given a trust by the citizens, our voters in our country, and we do not wish to be a group with no voice. So we won't proceed with a request for that election invoking this paragraph today, but we hope that in a dialogue we'll be able to find a solution moving forward.
Så du får ställa dig i replikstolen.
And we've a rejoinder for you, Helge, from Lars Mehn Larsson. 1 minute.
Ja, tack Helge.
Thank you very much, Helge. Or Madam President, of course. Perhaps you should have listened to until I was done, because we're going to continue having a dialogue with the administration. You can put it like that. But it was to avoid to have a discussion on this matter, which is why we took the initiative to call the nominations committee. And I don't know whether you said that I did say that we wanted you to see and learn to see what the process was, open process, and this is what happened. Madam President, I'm not a member of the nomination committee to watch and learn. It's a bit much to put a colleague there to watch and learn. I think you have to treat people with greater respect than that kind of tone. But we see that when different positions are going to be decided, the number of votes you have, it doesn't matter anything. It doesn't matter at all. If you look at the maths, for example, it's very clear that our 6 votes should be included. But if you have a new group with 6 mandates, then I think I would expect that we would be taken more seriously. We have been voted into the parliament in Norway, and you can't treat a group in this way. That's the end of this round of rejoinders. Thank you very much. Now, item 21.3, which is the Presidium, committees, etc. And you've heard the nominations committee proposal with regard to names. I'm not going to read them again. So can we adopt all these proposals by the nominations committee? I don't think that the Fremskrittspartiet from Norway had any problem with it. It was more a matter of principle statement for the future. So my question, therefore, is whether we can approve the names given for the different positions in the Nordic Council, please. Yes. So we've done so, approved the nominations committee's proposal, and we'd like to say good luck to everybody to their new or old positions. Let's proceed with 21.4, which is election for the Nordic Investment Bank. So let me submit the floor to the nominations committee.
And it is made clear by the document under this agenda item. It has all been distributed. And this is applicable to both 21.3 and 21.4, of course. Thank you. You've heard the proposal from the Nominations Committee. Can we resolve in accordance with the proposal according to document 14 in our binder of documents? Thank you. That's carried. Now we have concluded the item of elections. Thank you to the Nominations Committee for excellent work, and we wish everyone best of luck with the continued work. Now we're going to proceed with the penultimate item on the agenda, which is the Presidency Programme for the Nordic Council 2026 by Finland and Åland Islands. And I would like to turn to Ville Väyrynen for the presentation of the Presidency Programme. You have the floor.
Du har 5 minuter.
Arvoisat Pohjoismaiden neuvoston jäsenet.
Honored members and guests and Presidium and President, I'd like to start by thanking Sweden for a very successful session. Thank you very much to Helene Björklund and Vice President Maria Stockhaus. And on my part, I'd like to thank the Finnish delegation and the Council for their faith and trust in me. It's a huge honor to lead the work of the Council. Together with Kim Berg, the Vice President, we are very proud to represent the Nordic Council nationally and internationally. So we have So the theme for the programme for next year is security, Nordic security, and we wish to create a common vision for overriding security to help the Nordics to prepare for future crises. And our world is in the middle of a turbulent period with chaotic geopolitical situation, which is difficult for our values, and we're used to working for human rights, gender equality, peace, democracy, and reinforcing our cooperation is more important than ever before. The security situation in Europe has changed fundamentally, and the cooperation between our countries when it comes to security and defence policy must become all the deeper in these very turbulent times. Overarching security is not just about hard security, it's about everyday dimensions, helping our citizens in their daily work and in both in and outside periods of crisis. Now, the centre of the Presidency's programme, we also like to highlight education and culture as a part of preparedness. We would like to reinforce that position of that area in our cooperation. Education promotes cohesion, and the Nordic education system must be able to meet the challenges that we face in this changing world. And the threat with regard to hybrid attacks, etc., is a reality. And during our presidency, we are going to reinforce the work between our countries so that we together can fight against these threats. Do that through digital resilience, for example, and helping young people, ensuring that they have the ability to understand what is disinformation and to be safer in the digital environment. And this needs to be done in an ethical and responsible manner, and we need to use all the potential that we have with regard to technological developments, and this is a precondition for our competitiveness. And a functioning healthcare system is also very important for preparedness. This is a central part of our programme, and there will be recommendations in the reports that we will follow. As regards transport cooperation and protection of infrastructure are, of course, incredibly important. Civilian infrastructure must, of course, be also be able to be used as military transport infrastructure. It plays an important role as regards the supply, protection of supply, etc. And by intensifying our cooperation, we can fight back against hybrid threats, which we've already seen in our sea areas, and we have to use the seas, and we have to protect the maritime area. We need sustainable fish, we need safe maritime transport, for example, and renewable energy. Climate measures are also part of the preparedness and the protection of our supply, and clean energy is most important, and we need to reinforce our resilience in the Nordics. This year's program will focus on the national work as well, that we're trying to have closer contact between the different parliaments and the different committees, and a joint Nordic policy needs to be drawn up based on best practices. And hopefully also that will take us to legislative work as well. Mr. President, we urge the members of the Nordic Council, all the committees, to work together to have for a safer Nordic region, because we have our vision also for better security. How can we reinforce this work? Everyone is welcome to participate in that discussion. Finally, I'd also like to thank Sweden once again for the work that you've done during the presidency and congratulate you for a very well-organized session week here. And we will now take over the relay, the baton, and I really look forward to cooperating with everybody next year. And now I'd like to welcome you to the session in Helsinki in 2026. Thank you very much.
Stort tack för Thank you very much for this presentation and the excellent program. We very much look forward to an active year in the Nordic Council under the Finnish and Icelandic leadership. Thank you very much, and we've concluded under item 22.
Kära kollegor och kära nordiska vänner.
Dear colleague, dear Nordic friends, we've come to the very final agenda item. And I would like, on behalf of the entire Swedish delegation, thank you all for an excellent session. I would like to thank all the council members who've ensured that we've had such good debates or dialogues, I would say. We show each other respect, we listen to each other, we word good policy with the best possible tone and ambition. Thank you to the prime ministers and other ministers who've been here taking part, all our international guests. We note that there's great interest in the Nordic region, many who are looking to cooperate with us, and I understand them. We are a stable and trusted partner in the world. I would also like, on a personal note, to say that it's been a very positive feature in here, in spite of the current geopolitical situation and everything that is going on around us. We've been able to discuss cultural prizes, talking about the importance of culture, indicating as a very strong counteracting agent in the world today, strengthening us and providing us with additional stability. I'm very happy for the possibility of being here as your president when we decided to expand the presidium by a total of 3 new members. And from the bottom of my heart, a warm welcome to the Faroe Islands, Greenland and Åland. A warm hand, wouldn't you agree, is appropriate. And finally, I would also like to thank the Secretariat of the Swedish Riksdag, and all those who have worked on this project. Over the course of this year, I've become acutely aware of how much work is involved in planning a session like this, and so many of you have made extraordinary contributions. A warm thank you to all of you. Also, thank you to the interpreters who always keep struggling to assist us with interpretation, and everyone who works with communication in here. We notice that communication is increasing from the Nordic Council with more people working with it. Thank you for all your contributions. It's been a great pleasure to be here, and we see that there is great interest in us and the Council. And it's important for all of us to know your impressions of this session. So when you receive the request for an evaluation, please dedicate a few moments to answer the questions. It's going to make it a little bit easier for the Finnish presidency to avoid any potential mistakes possibly made by us. And with these words, I wish you all a safe trip home. We will all meet again soon. I will lift my gavel in a few moments, but let me say that I would like you not to disappear, because Ville Väyrynen and Kim Berg, could you please step up here? We would like to give you some flowers and a best of luck wish for next year's session and work. I hereby declare the session closed.